Okay, so today's gonna mark 1 week of me having played GTA 5 straight every single day, which is a real shocker. I didn't think I'd be doing this so committedly, but maybe it's just because I'm too lazy because I took the time to install it. Now, if I uninstall it, then I'll have to redo it every time, and I don't only have so much space on my computer to hold like 1 or 2 games like this. So, right, I just played Avowed, so then after that I uninstalled that, then I installed this. I also uninstalled like Path of Exile 2. So the point is I barely had enough room for any of this. So I'm trying to play it in sort of an RP intensive way where everything's sort of realistic and I'm not seeking out combat or anything like that. So last time we had a whole drama, like trying to do little mundane everyday things. Last time we had a little drama with Amanda's car, and so then I bought her a new one. So I don't know if she'll notice the difference or what. Like I was driving around and then it flipped over, and then I'm trying to do it realistically. I guess not. She somehow got it back, but at least for my RP purpose, we replaced the car, right? So in my own universe, I replaced the car. Now I'll go and I'll blow this one up because I guess, I could just leave it, but whatever. We got her an extra one to show that we had to pay a cost, right? That's the point of, this is how I play a lot of things too. And you might think, it's like single player RP, and that's kind of what would be normal, right? We associate it now with the whole GTA RP online scene, but what it means for me a lot of the time, and I've done this, for a long time, even as a kid when I was playing stuff, I would make my own rules and formats. So what it basically just means is you try to do it where you make everything like have a weight to it or a consequence. Like I'm trying to think of other games. I was doing that a lot with Hardcore Classic. Like I was making my own rules. It's not just that, oh, it's permadeath and you can't die. It's that, oh, I can't destroy stuff randomly from my bag. I have to like go to a fire and destroy it there. Or I have to, when my pet died, I had to start drinking alcohol and let my character be drunk all the time as an extra challenge because, I'm grieving over the loss of the pet, and that cost me a lot of money too. Or some, stuff like that, where it sort of happens organically. If my pet dies, that's permadeath too. If, what else? Again, you're just injecting your own rules. Like you don't have to do something, but I'm making it so you have to do it and trying to give purpose to the mechanic that's there. Like I feel like I had a really good example that I can't remember off the top of my head, like a game where there's all these mechanics that you don't have to use, but that I would make a point to go out of my way to use anyway, like, and say like I have to do it, I have this rule, I have this, I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, like, we're not seeking out conflict, so I was trying to go hunting as Michael, basically. I should almost make it more realistic, too, in the sense that, I didn't realize how you could just turn them off like that, even at night. I thought it was always either low or high beam. But I was going to go out and try to hunt, and I was going to, I should make it realistic, like, oh, I have to hang out with Amanda and, do like a friend kind of a thing. So like we'll hunt now until it's morning, and then I'll hang out with Amanda, and then I'll do something, like doing actual activities on a regular daily basis, almost like it's a Sims game. So again, any damage to the car, I feel like, oh, I should have to repair it manually and stuff like that. But somehow they're too forgiving. Like they'll automatically do stuff where, like that car just respawned back there, even though I flipped it over and I should have had to do something. So you're trying to add a little bit of weight and value and consequence and significance to a lot of little things that you're doing, to every little thing that you're doing. Even like with driving, I could, follow the traffic laws, which I'm not really doing that, but I'm at least, oh yeah, I was trying to do that to indicate, like I would do the flip off my finger. Not that. Flip my finger and go in the direction of like where I'm trying to go to show that I'm indicating. Right, but this would just get really boring, and again, there's no incentive really to do it. Why weren't they walking when the light was red? That's exactly the time when you're meant to cross anyway. But yeah, we're trying to, if something happens organically, I'll indulge it. But those are some of the rules that I have. That if I die as a character, I can't play as that character anymore for the rest of the session. And then I'm going to try to introduce some other mechanics to this too. Like, okay, I have to kind of pay attention to some of these relationships. Like what would Michael do? Let's do a day in the life of Michael, right? What would he actually do? As far as who would he be obligated to hang out with? He has to hang out with his wife once in a while. He has to hang out probably with, I mean, Franklin or Trevor can wait. That's not important. He can't go to therapy anymore because he killed his therapist. Minor inconvenience. Marianne's that running chick. I guess you could hang out with her, like, to go running and stuff. Jimmy, the kids, I guess I'll prioritize that. So today's slice of life for Michael would be, we're going to go hunting, and then we'll go back home and surprise Amanda with a gift, which I don't know how to even do that, with a new car, even though it's not a new car. And then we will hang out with her, right, in some way, or play like a game of tennis, but I guess we already did that. So we end up giving ourselves variety, but we also feel like we're obligated to do certain things. What is that green light? What does that even mean? Like a left? Normally I'm used to those being arrows. I guess that's what it means. Right, like it would be a green left arrow. And I'm not very good at driving, or somehow it's a little floaty. Like look at this. Even though the driving here is much better than, I'm trying to obey the traffic laws actually, but that I find extremely boring, because if the cops would actually come after you for doing that, I can understand, but they never do. Right, for like breaking a red light or a stop sign, like it's not fun. Or I could do it in first person, but somehow I haven't been enjoying that. I kind of like looking at the car somehow, like you want to just appreciate that, but maybe there should be some rule with that too. Like, or see, yeah, what is this coloration? Like, why does that look so ugly? Like, you got tinted windows that make the color so bad, and the rear view mirror isn't very good either. But yeah, if you really want to make it immersive, you could do it like this too. Yeah, Michael has two exciting things on the agenda for today's session, which is to... What are we listening to if it says radio off? We are going to go hunting, and not necessarily the hunting mission icon that shows up, whether you can even do that with Michael or only Trevor or whatever. But we're going to do just random hunting. Like, I'm just going to explore around and look for stuff to hunt in the wild. So we get up to the North Country here. And then we have the other one, which is going to be hanging out with Amanda. We'd feel like we're obligated to do that. And then I guess that'll be the main thing that we do. It's like we're stretching everything out as much as possible. You see, what happened with the coloration now? Like, nothing changed with the light and stuff. But no, the way those lights work is kind of weird, actually. So there's like a left turn signal, but it's not actually relevant because it should be an arrow, actually. Now, I should end up indicating to this way, so let me change to my fist. And I'm not doing it to try to...
You define everything that's wrong with this place.
Like, I would be indicating there. I'm indicating here. So clearly, I'm indicating left with my finger, because I don't know how else to do it. I don't think you can do it. Or if it is a mechanic, I've never used it before. Somebody might get mad at me for doing this to them, but... Dude, now you're blocking my way. So I guess that's what indicating. I go through all the trouble to indicate, and that's how you treat me. Like, and I hate driving through this part, which you especially have to do as Franklin, because you. But no, that part I find kind of boring. Like obeying the traffic laws. That's, again, there's no reason to do it. It's just there's no reason to do any of this, I guess. But you go all the way up through here, and then you... like all this uphill kind of posh area that Franklin, probably you would think Franklin wouldn't even like that kind of thing. Right? He doesn't seem like the ostentatious type, actually. He likes cars and he likes his dog, but I would almost expect Franklin to have lived a bit more simply. Right, Michael is kind of a showboat like that. Like Trevor doesn't really care too much either. And I like how Tanisha comes in like that too. Oh, I'm not a gold digger. I don't care that you have money now. Also, I'm with the doctor. Like, did I skip a stop sign or something? So as if to say, oh, I do want money, but I want it in a white, you know, in a legit way. Like, let's see. Are they up to something sus over here? Let's investigate. I got to do that LSPD mod and stuff. I'm trying to do it without modding though for now. Or like, let's just investigate. Like, what are you people doing? Slacking off on the job, making it look like you're doing something. Some random dialogue we can get. They're just kind of chilling though. Again, I'm not seeking it out. I'm just sort of looking around, and we could kill those two people and nobody would even know that we were here because this road seems kind of dead for some reason. Alright, so we're going up into the wild here, and the reason why is, again, I'm looking for stuff to hunt, which this seems like the perfect opportunity, but... Right, so now we want to go with like a suppressed scope here. Advanced scope suppressor. What is with this lighting? Why does he keep doing that? So he has no idea that I'm here. We'll try to get him in the head. You would think one of these cars would get it to run away or something, but... That was quite the unflattering angle. But no, why does it look like this from... What the fuck? Why does this keep happening? It wasn't like that 5 seconds ago when I was... So now what can we do with this? We could take a picture of it. As far as, you know, and if you're doing it with Trevor, you can kind of sell it to Cletus for money, or I don't really get what happens, but it's something with the lighting seems a little odd. These you're supposed to do for like the wildlife photographs. So can you look at these later then? I don't really get how that works. Make a whole record of my thing here. Yeah, how do you access the gallery? Email, text, job list, quick save, Snapmatic. You should be able to go from here just to see the gallery. Depth of field grid. Right, this is what Michael does as a hobby. Like, we're trying to invent our own little thing. Or maybe it'll be, you can somehow access it from here, even though you shouldn't really need to. Accept the cast. Like, how do you see your Facebook or some shit? I forget what it's called. Settings. Yeah, how do you actually see that? I never really messed around with these things too much. You might think you can access it from like here, but I don't really see why you would have to do that. Yeah, like, why should I have to go through here? It should be something in-game, organically, that, track, no track. So these would be like the wildlife photos. I'm not doing two out of some sadistic reason, but there is like an actual tracker for, oh, that's really cool that it shows you where you took it. So it's a case where, but no, this should be like on your phone that you can actually look at it in RP. This is like breaking my immersion that you have. West Galileo Avenue created. So this is a deer, this is a pig that I took maybe with Trevor, or I don't think that was with Michael. Grape seed, I can't remember. No track. I don't know what that even means though. What does it show when you first go here? Like, why does that take so long? Look at that. The fuck? So yeah, that's cool to at least keep track of. Again, Michael just doing it for the sport. You can't really do anything with it. You can't skin it. You can't why is this road so dead anyway? You can't skin it and you can't sell it or do anything. That would be more like Trevor's job. So we got one thing already just by driving along. And it's really hard to see, you know, your mirrors and stuff like that don't work very well. Yeah, the flipping people off as an indicator maybe doesn't work that well, because then they stop and start getting upset. Now we could go out into the wild a bit, or I'm not trying to do it just from the road like this, but if they're lining up to get taken out like this, so what can I say? What is that, like a bear or what? I can't tell even by the angle. Oh no, it's just another deer. I don't know why it looks so bad. Now he's gonna get away. Fuck. Even though it's suppressed, like what good is the suppression if, as if it can't sense the ails of its... Wait, what? Now he comes over to mourn for the loss of his loved one, or is that the same one that just ran away? I don't know what this coloration is. As if it's to indicate my bloodlust that I just killed something, but it keeps getting red like that for no reason. I mean, I guess I'll do this, even though I don't see the point of having more than one. It's like, this is our wildlife photography. Or maybe you're meant to take it without. Maybe you're meant to take it without doing that. Like, where did that other guy run off to, though? Anyway, it could have been the same spot there. Again, this is just Michael's hobby. Like, we're not doing this for any sick reason, but as if this isn't a hobby that people do in real life, too. But it might be the same one, but I should have been sharp enough to get that guy right like that in one shot. Like, get them both together. Let me get a better angle of this. I don't want to show it with both of them in there, but we gotta hide the fact that it's the same exact spot. We're farming. We're spawn camping them. Okay, we'll go look for more stuff out here. You know, and then it's cool if they create a challenge out of this. Like, oh, now you have to deal with like a cougar or something that's gonna actually attack you and try to kill you. Either not because it's standing up for them, but because, oh, it's trying to... You're stealing its food, so, you know, it's competing with you for the food. So that aspect would be like... See, there's so much potential to make this into like a sim type of experience in addition to everything else, where you just have like a hardcore mode where it like makes everything super realistic. If the cops come after you, you kind of get screwed forever, and like there's a sense of weight to it. Like, you can't escape from the cops ever, and then they'll kill you and they'll arrest you and take all your money and take all your shit, and that'll set you back for hundreds of hours of gameplay, or, you know, whatever, hours of gameplay. And it's like, okay, now you have to take it more seriously because you... So I left my car out there, and so now it's going to be very difficult to get it back. But yeah, like, you want something to actually challenge you a bit, like give us a cougar to actually fight, or give us something that, you know, is going to challenge us, which there isn't enough of that. Like, we have all these guns, all this shit to go on, and nothing really to do with it. We're using a non-lethal option here, a stun gun, even though it doesn't matter because we're not going to get a wanted level. Well, I mean, whatever. I was trying to play it all RP like that, even when I'm killing the cops as Franklin the one time. Right, oh, I'm trying to use a stun gun, but then it ends up killing them in one shot anyway, because they'll get stunned, they'll go down, then they'll get back up for a second and get like one shot off again. Right, they'll shoot you one last time, and then they'll die anyway. So, you got like a couple rabbits here, which are probably going to get away from me. Very hard to see them. Right, with all this grass, it's impossible. Damn, that could have been a good chance to take a picture. I'm not sure if for the wildlife photography that it would be whether it wants you to take a picture of them alive or dead, or if it matters. It might be alive. Like, who actually ever has done this either? Or there might be, again, mods or something that would... when I have more time, I got to figure out how to actually do that. How do you actually mod it? It seems like very complicated, convoluted. Maybe a lot of them don't work by now anymore. Right. The online will be pretty straightforward. And the RP kind of is a lot of things you'd have to get used to, but I like that they give you the first person option, but a lot of things that aren't really fleshed out well, like the rear view mirrors and stuff. Like, I get it that would have been hard to do for every vehicle, but and they sort of pseudo work because like you can kind of see something behind you, but it's not very clear. Like, no, we saw some rabbits there that I kind of missed out on. The problem with this again is the fact that now I lose my car because I'd have to go all the way back, and I don't want to drive through all this for RP reasons as well. I don't know what happens actually if you tase an animal. Like, again, they'll probably die similar. Yeah, see, like, let's look at this. We're gonna sneak around. Doesn't really seem like I'm moving that much slower even by doing that. But that's like a rabbit over there, so I can't get a good vantage point on it. You're trying to take pleasure in the little things and actually make it meaningful, but or like even this shit, I could do this. Take a picture of a bird from a good angle here. Without even killing them. Yeah, something weird happens with that. You get like an analogy for how looking at a screen for too long will fuck with your eyes. These rabbits are elusive. Like, they don't even know I'm here. Or maybe it's not even a rabbit. Like, what are those? Don't fall down. Like, you're not going to get a much better shot than this. Even though it's in the grass, it makes it hard to see. If you get any closer, you'd either have to kill it or you'd just be stuck with it. Right? You really can't get any closer than that. I want a clear shot without the grass, like that. Like, I wonder if that would even count towards it. It doesn't really give you that much feedback. I'm going to fill up my computer now with all these fucking images here. Yeah, come towards me. And is he going to notice me or run away or what? That's about as clear of a shot as you're ever going to get. Yeah, this is truly the most evil. Where'd it go? The most evil thing he's ever done. Michael, killing all the wildlife and taking pleasure in doing this rather than actual. So let me try to get a bird as well. So now we're not even being a hunter, we're just being a wildlife photographer, but we could do both, obviously. No, that's always one impressive thing that Bethesda games allow you to do that. Like, I want one to be kind of closer, but if you get it in the middle like that, that should almost count. There is like a tracker for the wildlife photography, but it's not. It's just like a list in your menu, so you don't really know what exactly it's looking for. The clouds look kind of shitty, actually. You can't really get much of a better shot than that, right? Unless you kill it. Because most things will run away otherwise if you don't. If you get too close or whatever. I hate to do it to you, but let me take a chance here. The problem is they'll all kind of scurry away, so it's very hard to get them all at once, or you could almost use an explosion. And when you hit them in that kind of part of the body too, what happens is you when you hit them in that part of the body, it allows you to maybe ruin the meat, like for some RP reason. So we'll do it here, assuming that this is the kind that it would want. This seems more like what you would do as Trevor if you were like, you know, they told me to get a good shot of it. They didn't say what kind of shot, as in like, oh, I didn't mean for you to kill it. You said shoot it. You said shoot the animal. Oh, you mean shoot it with a camera, not with a gun. That could be a whole fucking little stand-up kind of routine. You know, oh, you got. I want you to shoot these 20 different animals for me, but it's I genuinely don't know either with that wildlife photography. I feel like it's not meant for you to do it like that, but Like it just wants you to take a picture of it alive, or maybe it doesn't distinguish, maybe it doesn't care, but yeah, it's a case where yeah, I told you to shoot the animal, not shoot the animal. Let's try to get the eagles or whatever this shit is. The problem is you'll never find where it lands either. Look how many there are. Dude, this would be great for target practice. It'd be especially good if you get it with a one that isn't like a different kind of gun, right? I don't know, I can't quite figure out. Yeah, it's a little hard to line those up when they're so far away. And again, this is supposed to be suppressed, but it's still pretty loud, so I don't get it. We'll check out maybe that building in a second. At least we found a couple different varieties of animals here, but it's very hard to line up these shots. Maybe at this distance, it's just not meant to be. Or if they're flying like in a straight line away from you, there would be this is good for target practice. This is at least like a fun little mini game that you can make out of it. You gotta make your own fun. Never mind the photos either. I'm never gonna find where these things are landing. Like we gotta get one a little, yeah, like this one. Ah, fuck. They go too far away though, or they don't seem to really be dispersing or knowing. Ah, fuck, where we're going with this. You gotta lead it a little bit. You know, let's try to find where he landed, which is really hard to do. There's another rabbit. Yeah, we should be ready in case a cougar attacks us. But you can see how you could make this more fun if they somehow, you know, there's some challenge or stakes with it. They attack you. This would be the only way to get a picture of these too, because like a good close-up picture. Like, how are you ever gonna do it? You'll have to be in a plane and like do it midair like that or something. This seems like an odd thing to do, but I mean, I'm doing it for just collection exhibition purposes because, you know, this seems like the kind of thing Michael would do. He's hunting for the sake of the hunt and getting whatever, doing it for sport. So you got to lead the shot on, so it's actually not as easy as it looks. Like, that was, maybe we're a little closer to them. Like, let's try to get every single one of these out of the sky, but they'll keep coming. Sometimes they're at an angle that makes it very hard to get. Ah, fuck. Like, that's easier because it's sort of in a straight line going away. Right, it's not the kind of game that punishes you a ton with recoil and stuff like that, but obviously when you're at such a distance, you have to account for it. Which there's that whole Martin Madrazo mission that's like that. See, this is at least kind of cool. I'm making a mini game out of it. Like, let's see how many we can get. I could like somehow set up a timer. There should be like a thing on your phone that you can do that with. Fuck. Shit, that one evaded me. But no, something weird keeps happening with the lighting. Like, we've dispersed most of them. I almost want to do it to where, like, we can get enough of them that they go away. Like, there's none left. If that even can happen. Ooh, I'm getting better at it. Right, but it seems like there's just an infinite amount of them. Ah, fuck. Right, that one was kind of stuck in place a little bit where it wasn't an issue. And fuck. See, we could do it in a timer sense, like, oh, see how many we can get in in a minute or whatever, as if it was like an actual mini game or mission. So you just gotta predict their trajectory. I'm trying to do it without zooming in too much either. Damn it. How? How is that bro so evasive? Fuck. Or like, it doesn't really matter where you hit them, obviously. If you hit them in the wing, that's going to throw them off as well. But no, I'm trying to get them to disperse from this area to see like if you can almost win the encounter. Like, let's clear this whole area. What the fuck? Clear this whole area out of birds. Like, they'll run out or they won't keep flocking here forever. But they seem to be like, wouldn't they get the hint like, oh, maybe this area is a little dangerous for us, let's migrate away. It's a bird, it's a plane, you know. You almost think that, like, whoops, I accidentally shot that thinking it was a bird, because at this angle it's sometimes hard to tell. Or yeah, like, what is this? Why do I get to hear them? Like, because I'm scoping in on them I can start to hear the plane? That's not a feature of a scope. Bro. Oh my god. That guy was clowning me pretty hard. So they just keep coming though. I mean, they're gluttons for punishment. Like, don't they get the hint? Like, after a while you would think they would give up, but it seems like this area just has an infinite number of them. So yeah, this is like a just click on their head type of game aiming, like where it's pretty straightforward. Even at a distance like this, it's not too hard to figure. So yeah, like how many of these sort of activities can you embrace and get immersed in and really come up with as like little mini games? And the answer is, okay, I'm satisfied with that many at least. We took a picture of each of these. That maybe is a mechanic I should use. I should take pictures of things like I'm some sort of travel log type of clown as RP. Like anytime something cool happens, right, we take a picture in game of it to show like, oh, look, this is what we did today, Amanda. And we'll, you know, show it off. And I really wish you could see them from your phone though. So it says Tuesday there. Or duh, I was almost gonna treat it like an MMO, like, oh, it should be realistic time, but obviously it moves on its own thing. Like, it's Wednesday in real life, but it says Tuesday in the game, but that's not how it works, obviously, because time advances on its own. But there's always those MMOs that like try to mirror real life time, like, see now, would my car still be there even? Where I left it across the other way? Like, it'll mirror real life time with respect to when it's day in real life, it'll be day in there, right, like in your time zone or whatever, and it'll move at that realistic pace too, which is kind of good, but sometimes it can be a problem because, again, if you only play at the same time, your chat's so dead. I like this bot message always. Most of them are. Your chat. This is at least a creative bot message. Your chat's so dead, even the ghosts are leaving. Resurrect it with our little bot site, which I'll at least agree with that it is dead. But that's just because my stream's dead overall. So this one, we were trying to play a mini game with all the bins with Franklin, where we were trying to throw the ball into it. I actually love what this is turning into. At first, I was sort of mocking it, and in a way, it's sad that this is what you would have to do to make the single player fun, but. Like, we should take a picture of every building. Like, this was a cool place. We went here and I'm gonna try to do this almost to integrate the mechanic to kind of show like this is what we did. Whitewater Activity Center. But Michael's more of a speedboater, so whenever you look at the phone it fucks up the lighting because I don't know why that keeps happening. We're not doing any indiscretions, anything illegal, unless killing that many ducks and geese and shit would count as a crime. But let me try to go back, and then we can hang out with Amanda, depending on what time is it. Actually, it is like gonna be kind of too late now, though. I was trying to do that by the morning time, but now it's gonna be night again. We could go to a bar with Amanda or shit. Like, what does she like to do even? She likes to play tennis or some shit. But no, I'm trying to find the simple pleasures in life in Los Santos. Like, can we can play catch with Chop and try to make a little mini game with the baseball and the bins, and we can try to you know, go hunting, which this was actually a pretty inspired mini game. That's not a bad idea. Just go out and try to shoot the things and practice your aim. And I could do like a little timed version of that eventually, like see how many I can shoot in a minute or something. I guess I could still do it now, but let's try to feel like we're obligated to do something, like we have to keep Amanda happy and hang out with her while we neglect our kids in a big fancy house where we, you know, Michael doesn't really work. We should also do some stock trading here. We should like ride a cab with Amanda to go hang out with her, and as we're doing that, do a little ignore her while on the phone while doing stocks. Like we're Patrick Bateman sitting in the car listening to music while we're ignoring Reese Witherspoon, who turned into a real life American Psycho, at least in terms of she became very rich. Like she's way more wealthy than you realize. Not from acting, but from she made like some company that like does some audiobooks or something. And whenever I forget, but it's like, it ends up being, they have the rights if it turns into a movie, and then they take some of the money from that. I've totally lost where we originally came from. So finding the car is sometimes a great difficulty. Like when you leave a car around, like even when I was trying to rescue Amanda's car, right, I should have to go back and actually find it, but it just disappears. Or because this is actually your base default car too, so this would be associated with the icon, right? So maybe it went back to the house magically, or it must have been like on this side, right, somewhere here if you go further to the right. But no, that's one mechanic I wouldn't like then, the whole disappearing cars, or the lack of permanence where, you know, you leave something somewhere, you want it to stay there, but unless it's in a garage, that would happen a lot in GTA 4, where oh, I have this cool car, but then it'll be gone unless you leave it in the parking space or something, you know, very specific like that. So it would have been like right on the other side, one for the road. This spot is, oh, I missed. This spot is a hotbed for them though. The you know, the section they keep coming back to over and over. Now you're trying to tell me that they would take away my car here, and that's so dumb. Like I don't know what to tell you. You can't leave a car here and then go wander around a bit and just, it would have had to have been around here because I was looking at those people working on that, and then, you know, I left it and then ran across. So and I think if we look at the map, even though I've been trying to not use the map, the car probably appeared back at my house, which is yeah, see, like this is the car, right? Personal vehicle. So it just magically teleported back even though I didn't want it to. So I wonder, maybe if I use a car that isn't the personal vehicle, will that stay around? Or I should almost test that as an idea. Now I have no choice but to call a cab because they fucked me over. So let me try to time these two things together. Let's hang out with Amanda, and then we'll pick her up in a cab, I guess.
Hey, Amanda, it's me, your husband. What you up to? You want to hang out?
Oh, there you are. Yes, of course I want to see you.
I'm on my way.
Now we'll have like but we didn't decide what to do. Let's go, we'll get a cab, or maybe I should have called the cab first because now we'll have to wait. I'm on my way, but it'll be up to the cab whether I'm on time or not, and it very likely might not be on time, and I won't skip I won't skip ahead either. I should have had the cab here and then called her on the way or something. Right, so now we have to wait. But no, that's something I really resent as a mechanic. You have one thing that you're doing, right, as far as like a resource that you're managing. There's no inventory system. There's nothing like that. All I do is I park my car somewhere, and you can't let me have that sense of permanence that the car stays where I put it. Like, really? Or then the music becomes an issue here too. Where, or, well, I guess we just got to go to the friend. Whether it's, whether, oh god, the fucking music. I hate so much that they do this, because even I'm hitting escape to try to turn it off, but it won't let you because it makes you like tell him to stop. It's so stupid. Like, of course it's off. I always want it off, but it just doesn't get it. And then he'll go away like,
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, my man, where you going?
boy. Now we're gonna fucking end up making her wait. So I won't skip this either. There's no such thing as skipping in real life. Now, how long will this take, and will she get upset in the meantime? And can I fuck around on my phone? Maybe we can do our stocks now. That, now see, it's up to the cab guy, but I maybe wasted too much time doing that. Let's go ahead, we'll invest in something, just because Michael's the type to do that. So let's do... One of these is like affected by online, and one of them is affected by... I forget how that works. Full bean surge. E. coli. I'm not even looking at what's happening. Sugar water losing flavor. Sugar water. You'd have to find like what is the other sugar water then. Right, like I don't know what that means. You'd have to know like what each thing is. No strike. Fly US stock surge, but you want to be ahead of it, right? You'll be behind the curve with this. Cool beans, same. Oh, it's the same thing though. 3%. I mean, I guess I'll just do it. I don't care. Really, you don't want to do it when you feel like they surge by 3%, and now they could. Now they'll end up going down. I don't know. Right, cool beans plus 3%. Current price 207. But you can't do the buy low, sell high thing either, because
Pretend the other cars are spaceships.
that guy deserves a tip for that interesting story. What a story, cab driver. He pretends they're spaceships, and we sometimes when I'm on drugs, I hallucinate and pretend I'm murdering a bunch of aliens. Right, when Michael goes on drugs, he has that happen multiple times. He has like an ongoing story within his hallucinations at different times. Like, I got abducted by aliens, then I shot the aliens, then I did something else with the aliens. Like, I'm falling out of the sky when I'm hallucinating about my therapist, you know, saying like, what do you want, Michael, when that one song, Flight Facilities, is playing right in my head. Like, all these different fantasies he has going on. And now Amanda's gonna feel stood up or annoyed, and unfortunately I'd like to go to like my garage at some point, and I'd like to go to my garage, and I would like to feel that, oh god, will you hurry up?
Come on, get the lead out.
Buckle up.
Oh, buckle up, because I'm gonna stop. Look at him pretending to try to go fast, but I mean, you gotta obey. You failed to meet Amanda in time. The friend activity with him has been canceled. With him. Look, all these bugs. $1 billion franchise, $1 billion game, by the way. The friend activity with him has been canceled. Yes, of course. Is there something we don't know about Amanda, dude? That's a clip that should go viral if I show that. Wow, this game that's been out for 10 years. Yeah, the cab driver was slow, bro. And I would say, oh, it should be sis, not bro, but I guess it should be bro, huh? But no, like, literally the game has been out for 10 years. It's been remastered. It's been remade a million times. It's made billions of dollars on shark cards online, but they can't even proofread that Amanda's a fucking woman. With him has been canceled. Amazing. And we have it on video too as proof. So like, that was one bug. The other bug was the fact that I could make like a bug compilation. We had, bro, what is bro doing? What is this taxi driver doing? I guess because I told him to hurry up. This is his idea of hurrying up. Don't you know the absolutist principle that by hurrying you actually end up taking longer because you'll mess something up and do it less efficiently? So taking your time can be faster than hurrying up because you end up doing it more precisely the first time instead of having to do it over and over again, that kind of thing. I really don't know what he's doing, but it's a case where that was one bug. What was the other bug? It's like we got hit by, I guess that wasn't really a bug. We got hit by somebody yesterday. Like, we're just minding our own business, and then a cop is chasing somebody, and then it runs into me. And then there was another moment, like, I don't know, there's a number of buggy-esque moments. So that's something we learned. Don't tell a cab driver to hurry up. Otherwise, I mean, I attempted to hang out with Amanda, but I guess we just give up then. We'll do it some other time. So the plan for next time is we would do it, call the cab ahead of time, be in the cab on the way or something, and then call her, I guess. Call her in the cab and then change your destination to where she's going to be, assuming she's not at the house, which typically she probably would be. I guess it's probably because most of the people you hang out with in the game are men, right? There aren't too many female characters, so this is where she was going to be, I guess, then. But he said Rockford Hills, or I actually don't even have money. Maybe that's why he did that. I like this idea of trying to... This is where you robbed the jewelry store, right? You know, so even though we have money, it's all in the stock market. So now we have to earn whatever little, like, oh, if I want a gun or something, or a car or some clothing, I have to buy it. I have to earn money somehow now in an organic way, which there aren't actually too many ways to do that. See, now the light was red, so, and it says stop though, so it makes no sense. When the car's not going, you should be going. So this is like a bank, I think, which you can't really use, or you can use it online, or maybe I'm wrong. It'd be cool to kind of remember where everything is and scope out, you know the map by heart. But the problem is most of the things you can't interact with anyway, so everything has an icon to it. Everything has you know, the few areas you can actually go into are all marked on the map by the fact that people freak out sometimes over nothing. Like, I'm just standing there, I'm not even doing anything, and they could be honking at me, or everybody kind of just reacts to you in a weird way. Like, you're just running by them and they'll yell at you, like you don't even touch them or come into contact with them, but they still freak out. So like with Franklin, I was making a joke that could be motivated by some other reason. Like, all I'm doing is walking by you and you got to pass some mean comment or something and act like I'm doing something. It's meant to be in there, like if you're doing something illegal or actually pissing them off, but right, doing something you're not meant to be doing. But right, sometimes when you're just doing nothing at all, they'll still freak out because they're assuming it, like you're just driving by somebody, but they'll think you're gonna hit them or something, even if you're not. So that's one thing I really, really dislike, which is I hate the fact that your car just vanishes. So let me actually test that in some meaningful way here. What if I take... See, now I can't even do this either, because if I drive to the garage, then I can't leave this car in the garage, so it just stays there. I want it to be kind of like realistic. I guess maybe this car could be dealt with like that. And since we bought it effectively, her car respawning makes sense now because... Or wait. Well, I don't know. Whatever. We did what we meant to do with it. Yeah, I'm trying to follow traffic laws, by the way, too. Now, I want to find my garage and then switch it out with another car. Or, like, this car would count for the same thing, too. Oh, look how the lights are actually accurate. See how the green light comes on the bottom left, and then the blue, and then it goes off? That's actually a pretty good attention to detail. You wouldn't think they would bother to even put that in there. All right, this is like an all-way stop. So this guy can go, then I can go... but no, see, like, what the hell? I didn't even do anything. Or they could always be reacting to somebody else, but this is a stop sign, but sometimes it's doubles up too. Like, there's a stop sign and a thing. A stop sign and a red light at the same time, which kind of makes no sense. Yeah, this car makes a weird sound when you're driving it. So yeah, let me try to find my garage, which again, without using the map, let's see if we can. But I think it's more sort of north. And some of this sloppy driving isn't me disobeying laws. It's just me not knowing actually how to drive, apparently. Imagine somebody actually does this like in a real life sense. Like, oh, I'm playing all these driving games to learn how to drive. Like Test Drive like in real life, Test Drive Unlimited or something. Or you get those little attachments like the wheel, and you can actually play a driving game with that. Or that used to be like in Mario Kart or something. You could actually simulate. So yeah, I did the little hunting that I was talking about. I was gonna hang out with Amanda, and I could obviously also do something like oh, look at that. Somebody all full of themselves, like, it doesn't matter if it's good or not. Cult of personality has been established. That's like a Twitch streamer's content, right? Oh, you're already big and established, so it doesn't matter if what you're doing is good anymore. It mattered at the beginning to establish yourself. Now it doesn't once you actually have made it. So this guy disobeyed the stop sign because, oh, it's a green light. Green light. Martin Madrazo reference. When the girl is yelling at you, green light, green light. And apparently Michael doesn't even know who he is, even though he's the one who's been in crime. I guess he's been out of the loop, but I'm just kind of following this car. Like, if he's doing something right, then how could I be doing something wrong? Sometimes you can't even see the lights very well. I was looking for my garage, but now I can't find it. It's very hard sometimes to find things when you're not using the map, but I guess it's okay. I feel like it's sort of on the northern part of town, so every character only has like one garage, I guess. Or Trevor has a couple like bunkers though, like the airstrips where he can get the tank and stuff. Nobody else can do that, right? Like, he can actually store a tank in his fucking hangar and just have it there. Even though I associate the tank more so with like Franklin, that he should more like Tanklin, and I even did that art, like a thumbnail where I made a reference to that. That was like my final mission theory for what it should have been. Like, the final mission of this game should have been where you go to fight Don Percival's military base out at sea, and you discover where it is by interrogating somebody at the military base here, and then Trevor flies in on a jet and drops off Franklin with a little hook who's in a tank, and then he goes on board of the ship, right? And Don Percival's on there, and you're trying to finish off Merryweather, and you have the tanks fight the tanks. Franklin's in a tank blowing up the other tanks and, you know, military vehicles, and then Trevor's having a dogfight in the sky above the ship, and then Michael comes in on a speeder or some shit, and is doing all these kind of covert ops where dude, what are you doing? I know, wait. Franklin's doing all these covert ops, or I mean Michael, where he's on foot and disabling some generator and stuff like that, and right, going in all stealthy and sneaky like you do with Dave in the one mission to the Humane Labs facility or whatever it was. So between all those three, that would have been a much more badass ending, because it puts use to some of the vehicles that never get used in the rest of the game, right? You have a tank in the game, you have tanks and jets in the game, but you never use them for any mission, nor are they really used against you. I think in the one with the meat factory, where you go through the chicken factory and rob the bank up there, right, there may be a tank there, but you don't really fight it, you kind of just escape from it. So that one is like that one is amazing, because you combine all the vehicles that you don't use and stuff like that. So here's another business that you could buy, like a golf course, and you have the ability to the other cars indicate, right, all the time that you see their lights, so it's weird that you can't. Actually, you should be able to. And you might say, oh, it'd just be for RP purposes, but actually it might not. Cars might actually respect the fact that you're doing that and like lay off. Yeah, this is kind of fun as an immersive series, even though it seems a little bit odd.
Hey, Rocco, it's me.
Oh, she was kind of smooth with it. She was gonna freak out or something, but then she just went. She's like, fuck it, dude. That was like alpha energy. She made me stop rather than freaking out or letting me go. And she's on the phone acting all like superior, like she doesn't even care that I was about to just accidentally run her over as I'm breaking the traffic laws. Top 10 alpha women Michael wishes he could date in Los Santos if he wasn't married and a cuck, even though he could still do stuff like that. They allude to Michael cheating, but I don't know if he even does. Amanda says that, like, oh, you're a no good womanizing, blah, blah, blah. But we never actually see that in the story. We see that Amanda's cheating on him. So it could just be that he's, like, really depressed and kind of out of it. And she mistakes that for cheating. Like in that This Is 40 or Knocked Up or whatever it is, like, where she says, like, I like Spider-Man. And he's like, he's not cheating on her, but it makes it seem like he is because he goes out and does stuff like that without her just to get away. I just need some time away. So Michael's exactly the type of dude to do that. It's really hard to stay within the lines. Like, it's so herky-jerky. Even though I say the vehicles in this game are pretty good. Oh, there's our thing, right? Or maybe it's not. It's very hard to change lanes too, because you got like the little exorcist ability there where you can just turn your head in a full 180. But no, like, look at that shitty rear view mirror. But this mechanic was at least good, right? This was a good reason for the remaster. Like, oh, we have first person in there. And it doesn't work perfectly well, but it's a nice addition. And I don't think I've ever played through the whole game and beaten it in first person. That's something I could maybe do. I think I would sometimes use it on and off. Or there should be like certain times maybe where you have to use it. Like, now this is just a business, right? This isn't actually a garage. This is the tequila place that you can't even go into, the bar. And so, like, oh, whenever you're in a car, it should be first person, and whenever you're on foot, it should be third person. You could do it like that, or I guess vice versa. In a vehicle, you could be in third person, and on foot, you could always be in first person. Like, make your own rule, kind of a set for it. There's like a cool spin you could do too. Like, if you are in iron sights and then you hit C, it'll do a full 180 and switch you around, right? That would happen in a GTA 4, or like before you go in iron sights. So like, you do the C to like look behind you, then do the R, and then it'll turn you around right as you do it. I like that message though. That was at least creative. Your chat's so dead. Even the ghosts are leaving. To resurrect it, go here, but don't. But I mean, just at least it puts more effort into it than, you know, can I go? Okay, bro, chill out. That was totally uncalled for. But no, what was I even trying to do? I'm trying to see like if my car will go away. There it is. See, it's more satisfying finding it like this than trying to but no, it'd be kind of cool if you could indicate and stuff. The biggest thing to make gameplay like this actually rewarding though is to have some sort of high stakes, or like, what reason is there for doing this? Like, oh, that you got to join the police, and Michael applies to become a cop himself, and in order to do that you have to obey the laws, otherwise you get kicked out. And so now, oh, I have some incentive to actually do it. I was waiting for that clown, but they took like an hour to do it. All right, so we'll put this in the garage and we'll take out a car. And you may question, like, why am I doing that? I'm going to leave it somewhere and wander around and then test how long will it stay there. Because that would be my most hated, annoying mechanic in the game, besides not having a fucking crouch button in a third-person/first-person shooter, which no game in existence ever can get away with doing that. But somehow fanboys will still defend it because they're stupid. But like, oh, you have the cover system, but okay, well, why not have a crouch button too? And why not have a stealth system too? That would have mixed up the gameplay a bit. That they should definitely do that for GTA 6. Where between the silenced weapons and the crouching and the stealth, that would mix it up, like how you invade Mad Dog's mansion in GTA San Andreas, right? Like, add that as an alternative to gameplay. And some of the heists even imply that, like, oh, we're going to do it all sneaky, but then it ends up not really being sneaky at all. Now somebody's going to hit me, but I'm trying to make a left turn and I don't I don't get it, because you should still have to wait for them, even if you have a green light. So now, this you're not really maybe meant to cross, but I guess I will. So the garage is here, so what we're gonna... Wait, what? Wait, how do you get in that? Oh, do you really have to go like that? Okay, we go at the stop sign. And we make a left. This guy's doing the same thing the last guy did. And we go left here. See, I'm being all very good about how I'm doing this. So E to enter garage, which you can do with this car, which proves it's not the default vehicle of Amanda, even though it's the same type of vehicle. So like, okay, let's bring the... What even is this one? E to select a special vehicle. Like, so these are just random vehicles. The Infernus doesn't even suit Michael. Let's take this one. And right, like I said, let's leave it somewhere. Let's leave it somewhere and test what happens with it. Right, because it'll just vanish, which is unacceptable because you want it to be there forever or whatever for a very, very long time. This weird lighting keeps happening, though, and I don't like it. Now it's sort of more tempting to break the traffic laws. Let's do it out in the wild, though, because in the city, you'll kind of lose track of it. Where, you know, you'll have no idea where you're going. In terms of, what is this shit here? Try to go north and do what I just did, like where we do the hunting trip, even though I don't necessarily want to hunt right now, either. I just want to go up north. And people are always talking, shitting, getting mad about nothing. Kind of like real life. Kind of like my YouTube channel where people get triggered by all kind of things. My favorite will always be that Path of Exile shit. Like, it's like you're injecting something. This car is like super low though. Like, look at where I'm looking. My eye level is like with that under his license plate. It's the fact that Path of Exile too. Like, you're playing Path of Exile for the first time and you're just having your first couple hours experience and people are injecting like, oh, but the meta is this, or you should do this, or this would be optimal, or you should use this build in this way and you're doing this wrong and that wrong. And it's like they're thinking about it like in an end game, min-max, metagame, jaded sense, and that's fine if that's what your experience with the game is, but it doesn't mean that you get to do that because... Right, imagine you're playing Ocarina of Time for the first time and, oh, didn't you know you could speedrun this area by doing this, or you could, you know, do this optimally or that. But like, let somebody just have their experience, and then if they want to do speedruns and endgame stuff later, they can, but you're kind of injecting something into it that doesn't need to be there, right? So two things can be true. It's not necessarily that you're wrong, but it's like, what if somebody wants to play it blind, or what if it's borrowed knowledge that you're bringing in? What if it's something that doesn't matter, that's not really relevant to the gameplay at that point? Actually, this seems like a pretty good spot since that deer was tempting me even with the hunting idea here. Wait, what? Wait, I can't see the back of my car. What kind of car is this? You can't, or you gotta like lift the sunroof type of shit with it. Okay, is this properly parked or what? I can't see shit. So we'll leave it here and then see what happens. And I'm not even saying that there should be an icon for it. I'm saying that there should be a sense that it will stay where I leave it, even if I just have to keep track of that myself. And so I'm very upset that it doesn't do that. So apparently this doesn't have like a back window though that you can actually see, which makes no sense. So let's wander around, right? And we'll remember where this is, like right, I don't know. I'll follow this trail here. That's like me, an analogy for me and Amanda at home. We sleep in separate beds. You might be together, but you're sitting on separate parts of the bench. Even though at this point in the story, we obviously are sleeping together. Or maybe they were always like that, but they obviously, Amanda moved out for a while. Beaver Bush Station. Los Santos DH Department of Parks. Can we do this without causing trouble? I mean, arguably, you could say, oh, you're not meant to be there, but like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just kind of walking around. Imagine doing that in real life. Like, oh yeah, I just want to walk around your police department and make a vlog about it. You got your vehicle there. I hear a helicopter. For what, though? I don't know. I like this, though, when stuff just randomly happens. The cops are doing some shit. You just get to watch it, and then whoever wins the battle, you can kind of pick up the spoils or do something with it. Like, I had nothing to do with that encounter at all. But they just kill them and leave them here, or the body just disappears, and then it's like nothing ever happened. Yeah, would my car still be there now? Because this is kind of where we were. It'd be like on the other side there. But depending on how far you go and how long you go for, I find that to be really a disappointing element of the... Oh, shit, we gotta get this. I'm saving everybody the trouble. You were just about to be roadkill. Right, I'm doing a public service. I wonder if the park ranger would actually take issue with me doing that. That'd be good, kind of a good mechanic. They'll leave you alone normally, even if you kill other people or do other things. But oh no, if you hurt the animals, right, we're not going to put up with you. We got to remember very distinctly how you do this. Like, where you leave your car. Oh shit, they know my reputation by now. Look at you go. The physics on some of this stuff is actually pretty good. Yeah, I like this. I get 2 messages in my chat and they're both from fucking bots. Let me try to find the car again now, which I've kind of forgotten where I came from. I like how people still say that too, like, oh, you gotta poop in the woods or something. Brook and Jubal, the girl didn't want to pee in the woods, so that's why the second date update happened. It's like, don't most places like that, camps and parks and stuff, have outhouse? Oh shit, outhouses and stuff like that. Yeah, this park ranger is not doing his job. I'm almost trying to bait him into reacting to me killing all these animals, even though that one I missed. This is like back towards the city, so I genuinely don't know actually where I left my car. You would think I would have been coming from this way. I mean, it very well might not be there, but now these kind of areas are hard to distinguish, right? The closer you are to the city. It was like somewhere like this where then I walked in towards the park, where I saw like a deer. There's like a deer crossing sign. So this is instructive on 2 levels. Like, oh, you're trying to figure out how to figure out how to, you know, keep track of your environment a bit, and also you're trying to measure the car, like whether look at this, I got 3 bots. Maybe it was around here. There was that bench here over to the right. Oh, they're practically asking for it now. There's a bench. I think I'm losing track of it completely. Or there was that house like across from it. We did the little park ranger thing. It should be somewhere around here again. I'm sure my car is just gonna vanish, but it's too bad because it would be cool if you actually had some sense of value to that. This might have... Oh no, it is there. It is there. So maybe your base car goes away, but not this one. See, like, I want this car to be here for like 10 hours in real life time, and then like I'll go and do what I got to do and come back. I want to know it's there, right? And it's a pretty distinct car. Like, you couldn't exactly mistake, right? Oh no, that could just be an NPC's car. Obviously it's not. Right, so we can try to keep hunting around the park ranger right under their nose and see if they catch on to it. So Michael got 2 sessions of hunting in because he was supposed to hang out with Amanda, but she got cucked by the cab driver. I'll blame him for it. Let's see if the park ranger cares about bunnies. So technically I'm breaking all kind of laws now, but in a way that Michael is trying to be all fun about it. Trying to have some you know, not really with ill intent, although it's still potentially bad. So I was trying to like keep up with taking pictures of some of these, but I guess you don't have to take a picture of every single thing, but like if it's something different at least, or like a different animal, whether alive or dead, the way that wildlife thing would. The problem with that is you don't even know which ones are. It's counting now, right? It'll say like I have 17 out of. Like, that's one of the hardest things in games to keep track. I remember that happened to me in Twilight Princess. Like there's 60 pose, right? They have, like the ghost that you have to kill or catch or whatever, and it's like I have 59 out of 60 according to the game. And it's like, now how do I know which one I didn't get? Like of all the places I haven't been to, even if you were to look it up, how do I know which one I didn't get? I'd have to go back and go to every single one, right? I'm not going to remember which of the 1 out of the 60, like, oh, I've been to this area and that area, and I've, you know, I'm trying to remember. I've been through all, I must have gotten all the ones in Snow Peak Temple and this and that. But how am I supposed to know then where I wouldn't have been, right, when you're like 59 out of 60? So it's the same thing here. I have 19 out of 20. That's a different kind of hunting that we could be doing. Let's scope out his behaviors. He's going to relieve that chick from her shift, right, or something. But like, oh, I have 19 out of 20 wildlife photographs, so now I'm not going to know which wildlife I have and haven't photographed because, right, it just says 19 out of 20. It's not going to tell me which ones I've done or which ones I haven't done. Oh, we better put that shit away. I don't like the hotkeys for these because they're not really the most intuitive. Like, 1 starts at, I don't even know what 1 is. Like 2, 3, 9. So there is no 1. Or 1 goes to melee, but then it doesn't change it. It just goes to it. Yeah, will he see me trying to do this shit right here? What is he even looking at all the time? That's their whole job. They stand there with binoculars, making it look like they're doing something, and then they relieve each other. Like the other chick is gone now, maybe, and then he took her place. And they're not even doing their job in a perceptible sense that, like, I'm gonna kill a rabbit under their nose, and then they're gonna not do anything about it. The real challenge here would be if we can get like multiple. Wait, how did they know? They were like reacting to what I was doing, but oh, you want it? You really want this smoke, huh? I was even saying that. You really want this right now. You know, if I take care of you, my things should go away because who's going to report me beyond that? So I did trigger him. I almost want to wait till it goes away and then tase him, and then nobody will call anybody on me because you're gone. Right, so we'll do it like strategically like this. We're playing a Scooby-Doo ring around the rosy on this fucker. Although you have the unfair advantage of like being able to see it on the radar, on the map. So I want to, fuck. Oh, it's gone. So now we want to sneak up on this fucker here. Look at this. No, we could either do it. Now the hunter becomes the hunted. We get him with a melee striker. He might not even know it's us, right? Or he's not really on alert, even though my footsteps seem so loud. But who? See, that's what I don't like. Who would have called the cops on me there? I don't get that. There's nobody around. You're doing like a stealth kill, effectively. Who would be alerted to my presence or have seen me do that or called on me, right? There's one guy here. We kill him, and there should be no trace of it. That's so dumb. So see, I didn't seek that out. I was just doing my hunting. Are you serious? Oh, here we go, bro. Here we go. Fine, fine. You want to turn it into something? I'll even use my ability, which I rarely ever do that. Sometimes they'll go away right when you do that because they feel like they're there's nobody to protect them anymore, so they'll just do it. Sometimes they'll crash into your dumbass like that too. And now my vehicle is gonna still be there. So now see, that should be the rule. I should have to go back to my same vehicle that I was using. I'd be willing to murder cops, but I wouldn't be willing to steal a car. Like that's gonna be my that's really gonna be my thing. We have the high ground in such a way that we can kind of control their position a bit. See, this is what it turns into, but at least that started organically. I was just trying to hunt in peace, and this stupid ass park ranger is getting on my all in my business. So now they're going to do this here. Here we go. These helicopters are actually the most annoying thing, though. Like, I guess we just can't do it. Like, I don't know. This gun's just not good enough, or... What the fuck? Yeah, that should almost be the rule. I should have to escape in my original car, which I'm not going to remember at all now. Either where it is. Look how we got up to a 4-star. We killed the one guy and we were already up to 3. Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. These helicopters are so evasive sometimes. Alright, so our special ability is almost out, which I maybe shouldn't have done that. Wasted it. Our body armor is also wasted now. I don't know exactly where we're getting hit from half the time. Look at all those dots on the map, but you can kind of outpace them at times. I don't know. Did I actually get myself with that somehow? Or I might have just gotten clipped by somebody else there. So now we wouldn't be able to play as Michael again for the rest of the session. But that snowballed pretty badly from like now while Michael recovers, that's just an excuse for me to switch characters because I've been on Michael for a couple sessions now here. I maybe haven't been on Trevor in a while. I was on Franklin for a bit, playing the baseball thing with the fucking shit. And then I was trying to throw the baseball in the... I was trying to throw the baseball in the little bins here, the dumpsters, and then I was trying to... I was trying to do whatever with Michael hunting and stuff, so at least I got my comeuppance for that. So now what would happen to my car now? Would it appear back in my... I don't know. Feud Champions 91. Baseball. Los Santos owns you. Pipe and smoke shop amnesia. Hookah, pipes, water pipes, scales, vaporizers, tobacco pipes open 7 days. This mirror is at least better quality than my fucking than the rear view mirror and stuff in the car normally. So whatever, that was still a fun session, and you see, at least that's more rewarding because see, you're doing it like combat is only happening if something happens organically. Like I wasn't trying to seek it out. I was just hunting, which was the whole kind of little hobby mission that we were trying to do today, right, with Michael, and then hang out with Amanda. Those were like the 2 goals. And we ended up doing that, but then the park ranger gets on my case and I take him out. In some ways, I don't like that though. See, like I killed him and then nobody what does he have, like a special button that if he gets knocked out or killed, it triggers the cops, or with his last bit of strength, he somehow alerts them? Like, nobody was around to see that, so I don't know how they found me. Okay, so today I'm doing yet another episode of GTA 5, just wandering around the story. I don't know how long this is going to go on for. I was almost saying I should do it like where I'm trying to 100% the game, but I mean, in the process of that, I'm playing it kind of like I would with other games, even, you know, before I ever streamed, like just even single player games, but especially with the open world game kind of market these days, there's like an incentive. You wander around and it's like, you know, stuff just kind of happens, or you just stumble upon things, so you're kind of going around with no real goal in mind, and stuff just sort of happens. But like I said, I would do that even with single players back in the day. Again, even not streaming, even not any online or open world, just I would just do it. And the problem with this game is, again, it doesn't do that. You know, you wander around, but there's nothing really meaningful or substantial or tied to the core gameplay to do. Wonder if you could bust that window, actually. Yeah, we'll play as Franklin. Last session got hijacked by chess, which I don't mind. I mean, it's not like we're doing anything too intensive anyway, but I could try to do some miscellaneous objectives. But see, that would be kind of my 100% completionist mindset too, of older playing stuff back in the day. I wouldn't go out of my way to do it. It would be like I'm wandering around, and then I'll eventually, over a long period of time, I'll eventually end up doing stuff anyway. So like, I'm not going to do anything in particular, but then if I end up doing it, right, then so be it. So I don't know exactly what I want to do. We went around with Chop one time, and I'm kind of letting the characters dictate themselves. Like, I'm not going to seek out combat, try to do it immersive RP style. I'm not going to seek out combat, but if something happens organically in the course of what I'm doing, then I'll engage it, I'll indulge it, and then if I die, then I have to switch characters, and I can't play as the same character I was just on, right, for the rest of the session. So that would be what dictates it. Yeah, some simple mechanics would have been appreciated, the way that I've always said, gang activity and stuff like that. Right, the gang wars for Franklin, you know, vigilante missions for Michael. I guess Trevor already has some things. I was trying to drive sort of legally too, but I don't really. Yeah, there's no real reason to do that. But yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, what would Franklin even do? Right, we were playing tennis as Michael. We were hunting as Michael, like shooting some eagles in the sky or whatever they were. Right, so that seems like something he would do. So Franklin likes driving around and sort of racing around, but in what way, I don't know. Like, just, there might be some sort of race type missions you can actually do. Right, anything that isn't combat based or like really super intense, you can do. But actually, I'm not sure about that. Is there something? I'm trying not to use the map either. There must be some kind of a race that you can do, right, on a repeatable, I guess that's off-road. What about like an actual race? Sea race, there'll be everything besides a car race. Triathlon. Yeah, what the hell? I thought there were ones like that. You could like call somebody and there was some contact who was into that, but maybe you can't do them freely. It might be him. Or like the one thing that Franklin would actually like doing. And so it's always nice to do it in an RP intensive way like that, where yeah, Stretch, call a dead man's phone, leave a message. Who am I, Jody Arias? When she calls Travis and tries to make an alibi for herself. Who is Tanya again? Oh, she's the tow truck chick. Yeah, don't text while driving, but I mean, we're going so slow, it's basically laughable. But no, you want to kind of stumble upon certain things. That could be like, this kind of thing could suit him, actually. We could do a bunch of stunt jump type stuff. Just anything to do with cars I associate with Franklin, so I'm trying to do it in a believable way. Like, you have this overall context of, like, you know, you go and you do, let's say we do a race, and that's how Franklin earns the money and pays the bills. And then in the meantime, outside of that, you're just kind of wandering around, exploring, relaxing, and then you go and do another race and stuff like that. So it turns into, I guess we could steal a cab and do cab fares. That would actually be very Franklin-esque, and kind of see the interesting things that can happen with that. Let's try to make this jump, though, even though I'm a little bit worried about it. Let's see if we can do Lamar. Like, would he hang out? But what if we want to race? I don't think there is a way to actually do that. Wait, was it there, or? I think that's sort of a miscellaneous objective to do the, and I don't mind using the ability, but it's like, where even is it? Yeah, nice jump. It won't even acknowledge whether I failed or not. Like, that doesn't constitute a fail. That constitutes not even an attempt. You didn't even try to fucking do it. So do I own like a cab depot myself too? That would kind of tell. I mean, that would kind of give you stuff to do. You can do a towing thing. You can do the cab, stuff like that. So let me go and I'll repair my car that I just fucked up. I keep doing everything sort of half-heartedly because I'm not even sure what I want to do. So I should try to treat it like it, you know, a little higher stakes more. But there should be a pay and spray type thing around here. I'm certainly not obeying the traffic laws either. That let's look at traffic in an analogy for society. It's like you're waiting, and that's glorified. Like, oh, being patient is a good thing. But then by that logic, then wait as long as you want, and that'll be even better. And then you'll wait forever and accomplish nothing. So it's an analogy for society and life. You'll just be left waiting forever, and it'll never actually accomplish or do anything for you. So it's only glorified to control you and keep you in place, not that there's actually any inherent value to it. It's the same zero-sum process, so you'd rather do it without waiting. Right, than waiting. So ideally, you wouldn't want to deal with that. So that might be a paint spray there. There's like a couple icons clumped up that I forget. But one of these we want to, like, without having to steal a cab, I want to get one myself. Like, just one of my own and do my own thing. So I guess that could kind of give you some context to stuff to do if you, well, most of this wouldn't, most of these, though, there's nothing to do with them. Like, smoke on the water, I don't think you can do missions for them. Like, each business should have had its own dynamic missions. Like, oh, this one's getting attacked and you have to save it, which I think that does happen. That happened to one of the bars, I think. Right, but generally speaking, there won't be anything to do. You can't even go inside of them. That was maybe the real missed opportunity. Each one of these should give you dynamic missions every once in a while. So if you want to tow cars, you can do that as much as you want. If you want to do these, you can do that. So those you can actually do. This one lets you do the trafficking missions or something maybe. Sonar collections, you might be able to do stuff with those. But some of these I don't know if you can really do. Like a cinema, you can go there and watch a movie, or maybe you can't even go inside of it, but there's nothing to actually do with them, right? Like golf club, you could play golf, but I mean, car scrapyard, like, I don't know what the purpose of some of them are. You should be able to go inside of all of them. You should be able to interact with people with all of them. It should give you little mini dynamic missions with each of them. They get attacked randomly, things like that. I've said those same things like a million times, right? Like in my retrospective video that I did the one time I played this on this channel before this last week, right, where I played it like 7 days straight or something. Dude, that's a green light. Green light, green light. Martin Madrazo. Right, that's like a meme-worthy thing. Every time there's a green light, make that joke because that's what that chick says, and the way she said it is kind of comical, and they make fun of it even in the story. So this is, I don't actually know what it is. Like, I'm just trying to go around and find my own businesses. I'm trying to, you might say, oh, I was just using the map, but I was just trying to see like what we even own. But in some ways, this is kind of, I'm getting stuck. Why? What? That was weird. You could see me accelerating and I was stuck. This is like a bar. I guess. But no, I was looking for a pay and spray, and then I was looking for maybe a taxi that I wouldn't have to steal. So I want to go to my own depot, and hopefully there's one that you can use there. And that's, of course, something you can do in, you know, they kept some of these little mini missions that you can do like that, but why not have a cop car, you know? Basically, that's the principle at work in the GTA series. It's actually quite ingenious. Like, you can steal a car, and depending on what car you steal, if you steal an ambulance, you can do ambulance missions, which I think you could do that in, like, the Ballad of Gay Tony or something like that. I can't remember, but you could steal an ambulance and do ambulance missions, or you could steal a cop car and do cop missions, like vigilante missions, or you could steal a taxi and do that. Like, so it's up to you, whatever you want to do, and which, you know, a fire truck, and you could put out fires. Like, that's the principle that you could use to try to understand that, you know, you have the freedom to do whatever you want in that way. So you can be a good guy then, to just do vigilante missions all day, even though you are still killing hundreds of people, potentially. Something's going on with this. Look, I'm going... It's bugged. It's bugged. I did... I'm accelerating there, and it just freezes. I don't know what's happening. So I'm mostly trying to obey the traffic laws, but I don't understand because I could have easily made that. I don't understand, and the reason why I don't understand is because sometimes people aren't driving right. Like the light's green and they're just sitting there, and sometimes they're cutting people off. But I guess in that case it's like a green arrow, even though it's not an arrow. Like the one to the left, that's what I'm used to seeing in real life, is like there'll be two lights right next to each other. One of them is a green arrow to like a turn signal, but here it'll just be two green lights. It won't be actually an arrow, so it makes it seem like you still have to wait for them to cross. Look at this, look at that. I'm going straight. Is this some sort of bug or what? That's so weird. That actually doesn't seem... Maybe I broke something in the car that would make that happen, but it seems sort of inconsistent and odd. That guy shouldn't really be crossing the street like that. Okay, can you go... Look at that, look at that. Bro, what is bro doing? Sometimes I'm making right turns or going straight just because it's easier than making a left. But yeah, I'm trying to discover my own business and where it is, because I don't even know. But then at that point we have the ability to repair the car that we just fucked up, and then possibly go to the downtown cab depot, which maybe you should almost be able to do that. Like I can use the mini map but not the actual map, assuming this is like a radar in my car. Right, that's like some sort of GPS. But I guess by that logic, you know, you can put the waypoints and stuff, but this is part of the fun, like trying to discover where we're trying to go. Like, look how tedious and slow this would be, though, if you actually had to drive legally. Like, what is he stopping for? I don't get it. Like, see, this guy's just not even driving. He's just blocking the road. You get some kind of janky haircut. We do the little exorcist head turn. So I kind of want to do cab missions, or at least try to see what that's like. But the problem is that it takes forever to drive like this. And it also... I'm sure you could do mods that would make this more immersive. But see, you can make your own. You can be the mods yourself. Make your own fun. Like, I'm just doing this because I feel like I have to do it. But there's no way to really enforce it. Okay, there's a pay and spray coming up. Kind of like the bottom under the bridge. I like this as far as like learning the map too. Like you're kind of remembering landmarks and where everything is just more organically, instead of trying to always rely on the map and the waypoints. Again, it's an analogy from modern gaming culture. Like people would say everything's too easy and everything's too spelled out and everything's too simple and it's over too quickly and everything's just, you know, boring. Also at the same time, they're relying on the game to tell them what to do. They're using waypoints and maps and guides and tooltips and quest markers and quest tips and using add-ons and external help and looking stuff up and looking up guides and looking up builds and meta and this and that. So they're doing all of that, but then they're complaining, oh, it's too simple, it's easy, too easy. So you realize that knowing is half the battle. Like, you want to figure that out for yourself, or that could be difficult, or that could make it more interesting and rewarding. Otherwise, it becomes a zero-sum process. Because, again, games now are so complicated and so big sometimes, especially online games, multiplayer games, that they can be like, people don't want to take the time to figure it out for themselves, but they also... People don't want to take the time to figure it out for themselves, but then that makes it a zero-sum process. Like, you're just trying to go from point A to point B, right? Instead of trying to figure out what you're trying to do or why you're trying to do it, or like, you know, coming up with it yourself. So it turns into, well, of course it's boring because you have a guide every step of the way. So now knowing is half the battle. So you take away half the fun there, and then you just act like, oh, it's just a zero-sum process to see how well you can do this thing, not actually figuring out what to do or how to do it in the first place, right? So there is an element to value there. It's very hard to see like whether a car is next to you, whether through the rear view mirror or whether through the looking behind. So I often just have to take a leap of faith when I'm doing that. You can't really see, and you know, I guess the mirrors do sort of work. They're just such low res 2013 mirrors over here. Or I saw this funny thing like Joe Rogan talking about like Teslas being turned off. Like, oh, when the Ukraine thing started, we should just turn off all the Teslas in Ukraine or in Russia or whatever. And it's like, oh, they can do that? It's like, you know, that's where the modern world is going. It's not a question of, oh, but they wouldn't do that kind of a thing. But does this not even have a turn signal? Because then we're screwed. Like, how are we supposed to go? But like the fact that they can even do that at all, like every aspect is going to be controlled of your life, like your money, right? Like with digital currency, which is basically almost where we already are. Like what is even happening with this lane? Like, explain to me where these cars are going or how they're going to do it. There is no left turn light, so you'd have to wait. This is realistic traffic simulator, like. And again, I appreciate that it has the effort put into it to simulate all this kind of thing, but again, there's no reason to ever do this. That's all what I would have done. I would have put certain restrictions or certain like, this is rewarding for this reason. Like, oh, if you want to play this play style, you get rewarded for it in a certain way. You get to be a cop, and you get to actually, you know, you have to obey the rules of the road while doing that or something. So basically, just to observe these two people in front of us, they're never going to turn. They're going to be here forever, and these NPCs will just die here of hunger and starvation, which you could add those mechanics in too. Like, those are two things I would have probably done, right? Or three things in the single player at least, or in some form. One is I would have given you like, okay, survival type mechanics, like every X amount of hours you have to eat or drink something, go to Burger Shot, go to vending machine, something like that. Then also you get to, now why do we get to go now? Why did, then I give you like certain structured missions where you feel like you have to, okay dude, this car, then give you structured missions that sort of reward or punish you when you're playing as a cop type, you know, mission. Going in a cop car, you have to behave, you have to obey the traffic laws, stuff like that. And then number 3 would be like a stealth system that would mix up the gameplay in a game that's pretty much always the same style of gameplay, like just driving and shooting. So stealth would be a nice little bonus, which they did experiment with in the other context in in like San Andreas and stuff. So that's the worst thing with any development, is like a mechanic is already in there, right? You already have a mechanic in the game, and then you remove it. Vigilante missions, and look, dude, look. I'm trying to be a good driver, but they're really pissing me off. So is this like on the other side, or how do you get there? This car, like, I don't understand. It seems almost like a bug because it's so random how it's... He's like walking into me. What is this, a Russian insurance scam where they try to jump in front of the car and... Jesus Christ. Fuck. It's just, again, there's no there's no incentive to do that. I'm not even like, oh, I'm trying to be an evil character and drive like a maniac. It's just like there's no reason to... Wait. I don't care about that. I just want... Okay, now we have one thought in our mind, which is let's find my taxi depot and actually ride around in a taxi. So I have to figure out where it is on my own without looking it up, or I mean looking... So she can smell me through my closed window in my car, and had to comment. I don't know how well you can actually even hear some of the dialogue sometimes. It's sometimes it's a little subtle when it's just like a random bystander. I have no idea where it actually is. I'm trying to remember, like, and I did just look at the map, but I was trying not to pay attention to the totality. What was that? There was like a white, there's like a white thing on the map. Jane's, yeah.
Everything is up. I am actualized and I have seen the answers, friend.
What?
I'm a normative positive and you can be the same. Listen, I know it sounds crazy, but you don't have to be a standard depressive. You can be an outstanding positive.
Man, you sound kind of
Like it's easy to mock, but part of you is thinking, maybe I should give that a try. That girl is pretty, and she also seems happy. Well, maybe I'm living in ignorance, but it's a beautiful ignorance, and I suggest you try it.
Now, was that just an idle animation, or that's him actually the affirmative? So I like these kind of things. We discovered something. Do we get her number or what? She.
Time to utilize your
Like, what am I supposed to do with her? I don't want to hurt her.
Don't let damn.
No, I didn't mean to do that. No, I was trying to have a conversation with you or something. No, I didn't mean to. I was trying to like go close and proposition something. So Jane, she's not going to be in here, but I guess she's just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that dot unless you do something bad to her. Now I feel bad. Fuck off. So whatever, that's just like some random encounter. So at least that's cool, right? By wandering around, we actually discovered something I should have parked properly. I'm going to teach myself how to be the most RP friendly so that when I play online, oh wait, people don't actually do that anymore because it's been taken over by streamers who just do whatever the fuck they probably want. I'm gatekeeping streamers, haha, even though like they're gatekeeping true RPers who actually had passion for it, who had done it for years, who actually were good at it, who actually put forth effort, who actually, you know, care about what they're doing and not just doing it for content. The fuck is this? What is this? Why is he doing that? I can't even see the light. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Okay, you can right turn on red anyway, so fuck it. And the cars will be sort of very forgiving to you doing stuff like this. You know, you can just kind of do whatever you want. So I cannot find for the life of me where my fucking cab depot is. And I just damaged my car again. But the problem is with your base cars, they seem to go away. Right, so I should try actually not doing that. I should always drive in a different car. Like I go to my garage and get a different car because those ones seem to stay around. I tested that with Michael, right? Where I left that there and I wandered around and it was still there. Whereas with like this car, this will end up back at your house if you just leave it randomly around somewhere, you know, something like that. I don't know exactly how to manage it. So you want to feel like, obviously, my car is still there and I want to only drive in my car that you, oh my God. Franklin likes driving, but I mean, this isn't driving. This is literally sitting there. Like, what is happening with these people? And I wish you could indicate, too, which I'm pretty sure you can anyway. You see the NPC cars do it, but... And you get stuck behind a fucking bus, or I guess I could turn into a bus driver, but I don't think it really gives you the missions. That is, like, the coolest idea, though. Either for, like, a mod, or that's kind of how the series originally worked, and then they just lost their mind. Every vehicle you go into lets you simulate whatever the vehicle would be related to. So if it's a... I could steal this bus, and now I become the bus driver, and I go stop to stop and pick people up. Or like I said, with the cop car, with the ambulance, which again, they would let you do that in the past. Bro, this is simulating LA driving, I guess. Oh, wait, not anymore, because everybody left, because it's a fucking democratic shithole. Oh, man. I don't even know where I'm going, but see, nobody would actually play it like this, so look how immersive this can be. Which it is, but now I'm getting a little annoyed. Like, all I want is a cab. And obviously I have to get my own because I'm not going to steal. Or maybe I should do like an actual playthrough from the beginning like that, but you really can't, because the reason why you can't do it is because obviously you're going to have to commit crimes in the course of the play. So like, right, in the course of doing missions. So how would I make a good character from the beginning? So I genuinely don't know. I'd be willing to do that, but I just don't know where it is. I don't know where any of my businesses are. You have the downtown cab depot, which would imagine it would be like either sort of a little south, almost like behind me. Like I really have no idea. I'll let myself do the Z, but I don't know. I don't know where it is. But no, I like listening into these NPCs and all that kind of shit. That's like a term that people say when they go to like a fair or something, like, oh, I'm just going to people watch. I'm just going to go to watch other people do what they're doing instead of doing anything myself. An analogy for society and streaming itself. Like, oh, you're not really doing anything. You're just kind of... Holy crap, man. So I should have a sense of permanence with my car too, because since it won't stick around, I should have to leave it somewhere. So first I should go to my garage and pick up... Well, first I should repair the car. Then I should go to my garage. Then I should... Like, I'm trying not to use the map, but I'm kind of using the map. But it would be in a realistic sense. Like, oh, I have a GPS that shows me where everything is. So this might be the same pay and spray we were just at. And so we'll do it again and try to keep my car in good shape. And then... Okay, we'll do it. We'll keep my car in good shape. Then we'll try to switch my car out. But I don't know if I can. Because... your base car, that is actually one problem. Your base car can't go into the garage. So you have to, like, in a non-RP way, you leave your car there. Right, you leave your car there outside the garage, then you pick up another car, then you leave with it, but then your car is still there. Like, what kind of valet shit service do I have? I need to... I don't know. That is kind of lame. Maybe I should leave a different car in... Ah, that's the solution. This car should be left outside on my house because it'll reappear. So let me try to set that up. What it means is I go and I... Wait, what kind of thing is this? There's no stop sign. There's no light. Wait, what is that turn? So what am I supposed to do? Maybe I just didn't see it. So we went all around and it wasn't very satisfying. So what I would do is this. Okay, I would go to my... I would get the car that I want to drive, right? That isn't my base vehicle. And then I'll leave it in my garage of my house. And then next time I could start from driving just that one and never have to use my base car, because I wouldn't mind using it. I don't dislike it. It's just kind of, first of all, a little boring because you end up using it so much. But second of all, some of these repairs aren't too expensive considering the price of the car. I mean... You know, this is a pretty nice car. In fact, he had this from the beginning of the game. So I'm going in circles and I don't like it. So let me go. I think it's south. If I was to... I can't tell whether what I'm doing there is legal or not, honestly. Like, I don't know. But to the best of my ability, I'm doing it. So you can always do a right turn on red, but maybe not from this thing, or... I don't know how it works. Or there's some weird elements that happen, like where all the lights come on in the buildings at the same time. It's like something's not right with this picture. The light is red, but nobody's walking. So like, why? You know, something either they should be moving or I should be moving. People will still get mad even when you're obeying the traffic laws. They'll still talk shit or freak out, or you could just be running by and people get mad at you. So I discovered Jane, which I swear I'm not looking at the map either. Will it show like her thing? Or I guess... E to talk to Jane. Director mode unlock. I don't know what that is though, like in what context. It's just some random character. And so we should have gotten her number and we can ask her out on a date and like... I don't know. Yeah, I wonder, has anybody ever heard all the dialogue in the game? Oh, see, that's what I mean about the lights coming on all at once. Okay, I'm getting very impatient now, so, like, can I actually... All I want to do is an exciting mission, by which I mean a tow truck thing or a... Okay, this guy cut everybody off. Tow truck or a thing, cab. Both of which maybe should be south-ish. It's like where your house originally was, maybe, right? With the fucking, your auntie. Yeah, RP it turned into something very odd, which... Not that I even did it that much, certainly not in this game, but just in general, as somebody who was sort of an RPer in certain contexts, even in a single-player context, which is hard to explain sometimes, right? Like, people think of it now in that way, that, oh, it must be online and with other people. You could just do it in and of itself, like, oh, I'm just playing as a certain type of character, and I'm, you know, I can't do this, I have to do this, but based on the rule set that I'm making for myself. Dude, what good is that rear view mirror right now? I can't see shit. Oh man, like I'm usually pretty patient, but this can really wear on you. Holy shit. Let me play chess in the game and like play chess on my phone as I'm but you can't even do it because if you're in some of the menus in this game are a little annoying like that. Like, oh, I'm online and I got to look at the map, so I got to do that and then go, you know, it doesn't pause it, but it like takes over your whole screen. Same thing with the phone. Like, oh, I got to look something up on my phone. You know, while I... Oh, come on, give us like a little mini game like that. Or any kind of mini game. It doesn't have to be that, but... Like, let's, like, if there's some little browser game you can play. Or it'll just be about the game, but it won't be... So, they're literally asleep. They're on their phone, too. Like, why is a green light not letting you go? Explain it to me. Mistress of Martin Madrazo... Like, what is everybody doing? Like, nobody... That guy's cutting off. The lights are coming on all at once. Like, the illusion is broken. My immersion is destroyed. Not saying people can't realistically do stupid stuff like that anyway in real life, but... But no, I can't seem to find, like, an actual race to do. Even though I thought... You had those, like, with How or whatever. They say, oh, come anytime and we can race. But I don't think you can now. There were like a fixed amount of them or something. You have like some of the off-road shit, maybe with the ATV, and that's okay though. I barely broke that. Yeah, I genuinely can't find anything, so I give up. Like, I don't know where it could be, man. I'm trying not to use the map, but I mean, what the fuck? Wait, where did the north marker even go on the compass? I like that little light they have though on the thing. That's pretty cool. Right, and even the speedometer works pretty well. Although the RPM goes way too high. Like, how can the RPM be that high when I'm barely moving like 5 miles an hour? That's not how RPM works at all. Something's wrong with this car. Oh my god, bro. And I swear I'm not looking at the map at any time there, but it just is the pause screen. This is where it shows you like the journey takes on more of a form than the destination. Like, if you, I don't know what I'm doing here. The journey takes on the form more than the destination importance. Like, just finding what I'm trying to do in a literal sense. Like, I don't even know what to do. So in the meantime where I figure it out, that takes on the whole time of what I'm doing, or even just exploring to find it. So there's like 3 layers to this whole map immersion. Layer 1 is you don't use it at all, right? Even the mini map. Layer 2 is like I can use the mini map but not the full map. And then layer 3 is you can use the map and the icons and the waypoints and stuff like that. So imagine playing it without even the mini map, which that I can't really do. But you'd have to visually just find it yourself, which would be insane, right? Kind of like real life. But I mean, even in real life, you'll use GPS and maps and stuff. But like over time, living here long enough, you would remember where everything is. Which it might be easier to do that if these places were, again, like actual enterable buildings. Like I'd remember, oh, I go to the bank here, or I go to the bean machine here. If there was actually a reason to do any of that, or if you could actually go inside. Even like when you're in a cutscene, right? Like you'll switch to Michael and he'll be coming out of bean machine and throw a coffee cup on the ground or something like a degenerate litterer. The point is, you can't go back in to the same bean machine he was just in. So even there, they just kind of use it as window dressing. It's amazing that they can't give you a few interiors like that. There's literally none. Like, just the icons you get on the map are the best that you can see. Bro, would you hurry up? Okay, now the only thing you want is just try to find where my shit is, which I have no idea where it is. Which normally I wouldn't mind doing this, but you know, it's just something you got to find out where you want to go. I'm doing this just to do busy work, so we're playing this in, again, a realistic sense. We're obeying traffic laws to the best to the best of my ability. I can't say I'm really doing it that well, but there's like a left turn signal from this as well, which is I like her sense of style.
Shut the fuck up and get ready for the opportunity keeping it real. What about you? Staying out of trouble, man? First off, my dad, I mean, he's really like big time, right? Major player. Oh, I totally love to come to your party.
I just love listening to all the idle dialogue. So there's like some few random things to find in the world, which I haven't had much luck doing, like the alien UFO parts, or they'd probably be like on rooftops and stuff like that, but the alien parts, or the other thing, like I'm kind of trying to say that I shouldn't be able to do the Z zoom out either, but I am losing my patience. Like, I don't know, you can play it as immersive as you want, but I mean, it just feels like there's no incentive to do it, which is sad. Right, like you should have no other choice. Like even on an RP character, I should say, oh, my car's GPS isn't too good. It only shows me the area immediately around me and not the entire city or something. So I can't use waypoints, or I can't be told where to go, kind of. If I can't see it in front of me, I have to just deal with it. So downtown Cab Depot would imply that it's like south, I think, but what is that? Maybe I was waiting too long, but how did he just do that? Assuming that everybody else follows the traffic laws too, which they clearly don't. That's kind of an annoying crosswalk that we just found there. I don't even know where I'm going. I got turned around. But see, nobody was hurt, so what that tells you is you can do whatever you want if you're good enough. Right, if you have enough ability, you can bypass all of society's laws and contrivances if you can get away with it, if they can't catch you. The loneliest robot. Great Britain. Cluck and Bell, obviously we miss going into those from like GTA 4. Obviously you could always do that. Bro, where is the fucking thing? Okay, there's a green there, which I don't know whether that is the Cab Depot or not, or that's probably just the same place I was just at before, but look how hard it is to just navigate the city without, you know, using the map. Look how we are so spoiled as modern gamers that we that we rely on that so much now. But for, you know, for the sake that it can be rewarding, the one thing that's annoying is, again, the not only lack of incentive to do it, but the lack of anything to do, period. Like nothing is happening. Or wait, why are you there? Does that mean I can't go left from here? You should be able to. Even though there's no 2 lanes. So I have some business over here, and I just don't understand, because I'm sure this is the one I was just at. Yeah, that thing with the car was kind of weird. Or I almost wanted to do that as an RP, like go in the Weasel News truck and pretend like I'm covering news stories, and pretend like In space, no one fires blanks. You know, do like you know, Weasel News RP type thing. But no, I feel like the streamers would almost do it mockingly, like RP. Okay, there's another business. You would think it would appear like a garage, but maybe not. Let me check these two together, which one of them could be the tow place, one of them could be the cab. That just feels like the sort of thing Franklin would do, right? Driving a cab, or they should add, like in the next game, an Uber type shit, right? Like instead of driving a cab, you're just delivering people's food, or just any sort of delivery, package delivery, or something that you could do as a driving little mini mission. But it's weird that you can't race really at will. That would be kind of a good mission to have. These stopping points seem a little farther back from the lights than you typically expect, like in real life. But I guess sometimes it's like that in a big city. Like, what is this? What is that? Like, I'm clearly in this lane. Maybe I'm too far off to the right that they don't register it, but like, how you cut me off like that? So all this just because I don't want to steal a cab, or because I can't steal a cab. Steak and cheese Wednesdays, all you can eat. Yeah, there should be a hunger/survival mechanic where every few hours you have to eat and you have to worry about those kind of things. There could be a stealth system, and there could also be like more of sort of structured mission paths that force you to play a decent. With this guy is a menace. This guy is a menace to the road, man. If I was a cop, I would RP and pull him over. We gotta do LSPD, FR, whatever the fuck it was, which hopefully still works, and hopefully mods are still doable. I don't see how they couldn't work, because you could always have it on like an old computer or something. Like, well, they'll force you to kind of go online to update the game, and that update will take away the licensed music, like in GTA 4 from years before, right? That they had to change that and remove some of the radio stations or songs. But also, E to enter a street race. What do you? Oh, okay, that's the one. That's the one. Why did that not appear on the map then? That's what I was literally asking for, so I guess I should do it. Okay, but you know what? Since I know where it is, let me wait a second, because I want to figure out what this other business is. I swear that didn't appear though when I was looking for it. I basically am just trying to make a U-turn now, but I can't figure out how. I could like go into somebody's house driveway. All right, we go here. I'm trying to do everything as realistically as possible. Some of these people don't even have like a place to park. They would just park on the side of the... Oh, look at that. We just caught somebody as their... Well, thank you very much. First of all, he pulled a magic act because that just opened... That was just about to close. Like somebody just parked in here. I'll just take over this garage. Thank you very much. What the fuck? Talk about RP. Now, let me guess. It won't let me out. No, it won't. Of course, if I left it there, it's not going to stay there, but... That was odd. Like, when I approached it, it was about to close. Like, somebody just went inside. Well, the whole point of that was to turn around, of course. That was kind of a funny interaction. So whatever this garage is, you can kind of just use it at will, even though it's not yours, right? And it probably won't actually work in a long-term sense, but I wasn't really even in your way. It's a little hard to get used to this first-person driving. Not that I was doing so well in the third person anyway, but... So we'll go down to here, and I will do, like, go left, and then either I can do the street race. Yeah, I don't know what that turn was. Like, what feedback am I waiting for? Like, I can just go wherever I want? So I actually have to pay for it, too. But that's the kind of thing, again, that's right up Franklin's alley. So let me go this way a little more and see what that is. There's only so many businesses you can have here. There's smoke on the water, but that's near the beach. So what is this? parachuting, I guess, kind of suits Franklin, even though he kind of doesn't like it either. Because he complains about how freaked out it makes him, but he does do that for the one dude. This is like the place, the way you go when you go with stretch, isn't it? You go to the long stretch. Okay, this is a real test of patience here, but I mean, again, it wouldn't feel bad if there was just some reason to do it. Like, you know, you gain like a reputation, so you're gaining like a law-abiding reputation, so that benefits you in certain ways. So you get like certain, like a renegade paragon dialogue option thing. So I can do certain things because I'm being law-abiding that I couldn't do otherwise. So it's sort of like a trade-off out. Oh yeah, that actually would be a great system, wouldn't it? Like outside of the story and that, what you do on your own, like how the therapist would sometimes chide you that, oh, you must have beat up people on the way here, or it sort of judges you that way. It could turn it into like a karma system where if you, oh, this is an amazing idea. I never have actually mentioned this one before. So if you behave well outside of missions, it gives you certain dialogue options and benefits like Renegade Paragon. And it also, you know, opens up certain things that you can do only because of that. And if you behave more evil, it opens up things you can do because of that. So it's the case where you... holy shit, it was a long journey, but no parking, but it's literally my business, so I don't know. And here's the one problem. Like, now my car is going to, in very non-immersive way, it's going to just vanish and go back to my house, which I don't want it to. I should have to, when I'm done, I'll bring the cab back here, and then I'll... Oh shit, what is this tight-ass parking? What the fuck is this? Bro cannot park. Okay, so the point is that now we could do some cab missions, and then you could come back and then drive our original car home, but it won't let us because it wants to break my RP immersion because it wants to what do you call it? You know, I'm not stealing or doing anything wrong. But you might encounter some interesting passengers and so forth. You go here, you go a little bit off to the side. And you go ahead and you do this. Now, how do I actually do... How do I actually do it? 243. See, this at least gives you some context of what to do. If only there was a mission like this for vigilante stuff where you could do something combat focused. Oh, wait. There was. So I wonder how much dialogue you're going to get. Some of these passengers might have something interesting going on. One of them will have a dead body that they're bringing in. They'll try to drive in both a fast but also RP friendly way where, you know, I'm not going to break the law, but nobody's moving, so I guess I can just do it. So we're trying not to go too fast, but also we respect his time. So some people want you to go probably super fast. Or you don't want it to be much of a bumpy ride. That's always a good excuse. I didn't make the road. Like, it's bumpy, but hey, I didn't make the road. I'm just driving on it. See, this always gives you some structure. Now let's see how many we can do in a row without hitting something or without pissing somebody off or failing to pick them up or something. I'm kind of going the wrong way, or not really. Or here, the GPS will actually work and adjust to, you know, how you're doing this. He hasn't said anything so far. Or that is a stop, but I don't know what we're stopping for, really. Like, really, what's the point of that? Is it because you, I want one of these people to try to kill you or rob you or something, right? But this is a stick up, like all these dynamic, interesting events that could happen based on this. Which again, you never.
Why have we stopped?
Yeah, it's called a red light, dude. I'm trying to obey the law. Like literally, what do you want me to do? Break a red light? Okay.
There yet? Why have we stopped?
Okay, he's already going full on NPC mode. But see, they're not used to that. They'd expect you to drive illegally, so you can get as mad as you want. But would that be a valid thing to say in real life? Like, you want me to just break the law and break a red light? Like, why? It'd probably be the opposite reaction. Like, why are you breaking the law? I did that once. I was driving somebody, and it's like, I broke. Okay, we could do that though. This like I broke a stop sign. I didn't even see it was there because it was like really foggy and shit. But it, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter because it was like in such a secluded area. But the way, you know, sometimes they put them in a way that you really can't see them. It's like at a weird angle or something.
We're not
Which,
there yet.
oh my god.
Stopped.
We got a mile left. I think that we're making a reasonable pace, but I mean, he might not tip me or he might give me a negative review about like, I'm a legal cab driving company. I'm not going to be breaking laws, even though I just broke a red light. Fine, I'll wait here, even though I can't see it then. I can't see the light. I guess I'll wait for this guy to go. This chick.
We're not there yet. Why have we stopped?
Wait, what? Did he leave because I took too long? That's kind of lame though. I'm trying to be a good person. Is that really why he ran away? Like he was scared though?
Anybody out there good for pickup?
Sure, I can take that.
I don't know if you have to honk the horn like that, but it does not giving me a prompt.
You're not far away.
I'm gonna get a bad reputation now though because these clowns want me to break the law. Like I don't want to do it. You should still be able to get it done without having to do that. Look how long it's gonna take me to even pick the clown up at this point. How you even go left from here? I don't get it. Here, I'll just invent my own stop, even though that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But this should be acceptable if you just...
Let's go.
Whatever. That's not exactly following the law, but I'm sure we can make a right here and still recover. But I think these people are going to be intolerant of my slowness. Bro, these lights are so long, man.
We're not there yet. Why have we stopped?
Or they're all going to say the same shit. Fine, you want me to drive like a fucking maniac? It's so dumb though. It's very anti-RP. Like, fine, I'll just do whatever it takes. I don't care. That's what they want. Or it's gonna be the same guy every time too. Now he'll complain about that. Whoa, you just broke a red light. As long as I don't hit anything, it should be fine. Don't complain, I'm going too fast or something. Mounting the curb like we're a cop. You got 2 miles left. As long as you're constantly going, they don't get too mad, but you're gonna get stuck on every fucking red light here like a clown. Okay, this guy's kind of bugging. As long as you don't hit anything, I can't complain. And I do have my special ability, but I don't like to use it too much. So yeah, my vehicle must have... My vehicle is probably respawned back at my house, which I don't like that. So like I said, what I ought to do is that was a bit of an unacceptable bit of driving over the grass there. This is almost going to take me back to my house. But you have the ability to, you know, get a different car in my garage so I don't have to. If he bitches now, I'm gonna be mad. It's like I'm doing everything I possibly can here. I'm not going as fast as I could, but I mean, within reason, I'm trying to go pretty far. And this is a bit of an annoying route now. Once you get up to these hills, it becomes a little bit, look at me blowing stop signs. Like, what the fuck, man? The same way that when you're in a cab, you can tell them to hurry and you can do whatever. Or you can just skip it, which is really just you doing some drug that puts you to sleep. And then, oh, look, it's like it never happened. Right, like that'll be the skip. You can't just magically skip things. Oh, this is going to be fucking forever, bro. But yeah, this at least gives you some structure and some sort of mission, repeatable mission to do. Which unfortunately there are not enough of those that involve the core gameplay as far as combat or something challenging or actually interesting. He's still going to bitch though, I bet. Look at the clown. No accidents, not hitting anything, driving pretty quickly, pretty smoothly, right? Breaking all kind of laws, but you're gonna hit like a deer or some shit against my best effort to, you know, not hit anything. Actually, these roads aren't too bad. I was thinking more like the terrain around my house that becomes annoying, like around Franklin's house becomes a pain. This is a super fucking sharp turn, so I better slow down. Imagine you actually drive like this when you in real life. Like, who the fuck would put up with this? I'd run out of the car screaming and scared like the last guy if somebody drove like this. Not if I drove like I was doing there, where I'm obeying all the traffic laws and everything like that. 60-mile-per-hour limit. And we're almost there. We're gonna end up in fucking Trevor Town here. That you can just skip one and go to the next, you know, it'll end up at the same way. I think we did that one pretty smoothly, and I do like, you know, the repeatable nature of this. So the first one we sort of failed, permanent death run failed. If you fail a mission, 100% run, but it's a case where you dollar pills.
Just fuck off. Yeah.
Fare 339. Holy shit. And what did he say? Just fuck off? Maybe he wasn't happy with the speed of it. Or some people are just dicks who do. Yeah, if you could turn that into an RP. If you don't tip, I could kill him. Right, punish him for. I'm just vigilante against non-tippers.
Driver for pickup right away.
Yeah, I got that.
I love that, just honking to do that, hitting E. I feel like the prompt is supposed to appear, but like I guess I won't follow the driving laws exactly because people are clowns and they just can't wait. Like, it's almost to imply that he was still unhappy despite me doing all that for him. And look, the door's already open for you, like a gentleman. Oh, look, you're gonna be all in a hurry and shit too. This is like some scummy trailer trash motel too. That you probably just slept with somebody for money and now you want to escape the scene of the crime. Yeah, between first person trying to obey traffic laws or trying at least not to hit anybody, this has its limits. Right, but this immediately is more fun than just driving around randomly because you are doing it in some structure and you may or may not encounter some sort of interesting characters in the process of doing this. They might have some, you know, I feel like there are some like that. There'll be somebody who's like, oh, implying that he just killed somebody or is got to hide a dead body, or there'll be some crazy guy once in a while. Maybe if you do enough of them, it'll reward you with that, or maybe it's totally random, or maybe they'll have interesting things to say. But you'll never hear the error speech of like, oh, them getting mad because they aren't going to, you know, I'm going to drive perfectly, even though this isn't how I wanted to do it with respect to, you know, you just make it like India where you make a third lane in the middle and it's like, there's, you know, just do whatever you want. Like, you don't have to follow the 2-lane rule because the middle is always going to be empty. Or like that's a real life bit of advice. Like, you'd rather drive closer to the edge of the road, like on the right, So if you veer off, then you'll end up off the road instead of in the other lane, right? Like if you want to drive closer to the other lane or closer to the edge of the road, right? You'd rather be closer to the edge instead of whatever. So you can keep cutting through the middle, which I prefer doing that because, I prefer doing that because you know, you'd rather stay on the road is the point, right? You don't want to go off-road too much. Could lead to some problems. So you got half a mile left. I think I'm doing pretty well with most of these, but they want you to go even faster, and you'd want to be using like Franklin's ability. I'm taking it kind of too laid back, but the goal is to not get an accident and anything like that. I'm sure you could go much faster than this, and you could use, I guess you can't really use any car that you want, so it's just like... There's that one video of somebody coming out of a tunnel super fast, and then they end up almost off a cliff because it's like a sharp turn or something. Let's see if we get any tips. Not that I really care. That was an insane fucking thing. Or that should be a mechanic too of management. You have to keep filling your gas every once in a while. You have to save up money. You have to get gas. Obviously, all these things are probably in RP. But,
You shithead.
what? What are you people mad about? They get mad. Like, what did I do? Would there really be a cab fare around here? That's so lame. How fast do you want me to go, bro? $230 zero tip. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there probably isn't one around here. But how?
I'll take that one.
Okay, I guess it does take you a little ways away. Like, let's just see how many we can do in a row. Okay, I'll try to do this one even faster now. I really don't get it. I think I made very fair time with that one. I didn't hit anything. I maybe broke some of the traffic laws, but that's not what they're upset about. They're upset about the fact that I didn't go even faster despite breaking all the traffic laws and stuff like that. Right, they don't seem to give a shit on a moral level. I'm gonna wreck my cabin doing this too, which I probably will spend more repairing it after the fact. Now they're getting me into a bad habit. At least driving to them, I would be more RP friendly, but I mean, if this is what they want, I have to indulge them. Otherwise, the first guy ran away. You know, the second guy was mad. The third chick was mad. Like, what the fuck do you want me to do?
I need a taxi.
Kind of an odd spot to do it, but that stupid ass bitch is getting in my way.
Places to goddamn go.
Do the old Austin Powers reverse moment there. So now let's go super fast, and we'll even use Franklin's special ability to do it. I'm going to go full speed the whole time. And just, if there's a problem, I'm going to use the ability. Or you got to keep like flicking in and out of it, basically. It's like interesting to see what Franklin's face looks like. Lamar always says he looks kind of goofy when he's doing that. You could use this almost the whole way. Just like when you're about to hit something though. But now he'll complain that, oh, we're going too fast, like a clown that he is. Whenever you're just near a car, we should use it. And of course, you're getting some of it back every time. This way, like, okay, this is kind of a rough spot of road here, so I'm trying not to abuse it, but at least there's no cars around. Jesus, I'm gonna go flying off the cliff or something. Okay, we ought to just chill a little bit. But just to be clear with this drive, I'm going about as fast as mathematically humanly possible. Where like I was at top speed the whole fucking trip. And I didn't hit anything, and he's still gonna bitch and not give me a tip. But no, you get your ability back actually pretty fast. Like, where you could use it almost the whole time, because as soon as you don't, right, you're getting it back to where, or maybe they don't like when I off-road or something. Okay, we ought to slow down now. I'll let the ability run out. I don't like using it that much, just like I don't like disobeying the traffic laws, but okay, so it's all about the speed then. Fair tip. That's a heck of a tip too. That's like half what I did. So he's pretty happy about that. See, this would be rewarding too if the amount of money that you're getting from it is a big deal, as far as like. So we want to maybe go back, and that's one thing I definitely want to do. I want to get a I want to get a car from my garage and switch it with the one in my house. And the reason why is, well, I guess it factors in the amount of time it takes you to pick them up too. So maybe that was what was pissing them off from the get-go, right? They were able to oh my god. But yeah, the special abilities were kind of cool and satisfying, but that's the only thing that really makes the characters distinct in any way. Otherwise, it just feels like I'm literally going to accidentally run them over by doing this.
Taxi!
You know, like how pedestrians get mad if you're just going fast around them. It's like,
Moving.
the only reason I wasn't moving is because I was waiting for you to get inside. Like, I love when these people are dicks for no reason. So now here we don't have to use it until we... In fact, this is kind of a smoother ride, at least for now. Although I don't know why it's cutting across. Why is it cutting across there? What did I just miss? What? Or if you take some nonsensical route like this. The GPS is telling me to do something it would never tell you to do in real life. Like, look at this. Okay. Fuck this guy. I took a shortcut even though I got hit by a fucking truck. Like, that's not going to count against you. Yeah, take the scenic route over here. Which, oh wow, it literally is. It's a dirt path. I mean, like, you just got to use this around like a turn. You get roadkill over here. We got 2 miles left. Go to the edge of here and then we'll do the turn. Which again is very forgiving when you go in this. You can just do basically whatever you want. What kind of fucked up route did I end up on anyway? Oh shit. Okay, fine. This one just... Okay, fine. We'll drive with this in front of me the whole time. Or it's like really slowing me down. Yeah, these cabs aren't even that good. He doesn't seem to mind any of that, though. He wasn't really saying anything. Yeah, you got to use this sort of strategically. Don't just use it all the time, only when something is going to potentially get in your way like that. Yeah, that makes the characters feel distinct, which I'm not sure how that's going to work in the next game. It's supposedly like a couple, like a girlfriend, boyfriend, maybe, that you're playing as both. I try to stay in the dark as much as possible about what is actually it's going to be, but... I'm not going to let you get out either. You're forced to deal with this. Right, I'll move too fast, so you'd have to jump out. Yeah, this trip was a disaster. But, whatever, dude. How fucking far does this guy want to go, either? Oh my god. They're all taking me in fucking Trevor country. Why can't it just be like a 5 minute... you know... like in a real life sense. Like, oh, just from here to there in the city. Just a couple blocks, but just because you don't have a car... we'll end up falling for the temptation of doing a stun jump while doing this shit still. But yeah, Franklin's such a good driver that it makes up for even using the cab or whatever shitty thing you'd be doing. And a stretch of road like this isn't too bad either. It just auto stops. Good looking out. 114 tip, even though I literally got hit. What these people judge it by makes no sense. Okay, maybe that's as much as I want to do. I want to go back to the city now. Like, I can't do another job. I have to get repairs. All right. I didn't mean to do that either. Sometimes when you're out in the middle of nowhere like this too, it'll be the same. It'll be the same place that you picked it up from, or that you drop them off at, or they're already recycling people and lines of dialogue like we just heard that. Yeah, look at the state that my thing is in. Or it'll be 0 out of 10. The guy hit a bunny on the way. He killed a bunny. Like, make up your mind. You want me to go fast, but you also don't want me to hit the bunny that gets in my way as I'm going so fast for your benefit. Some of these roads are pretty fun to navigate. It's just kind of like, you know, I don't want to rely on that special ability too much. Like the sharp turn coming up would be almost impossible to make without, you know, without using this ability. Or the car is going to end up breaking down the way they sort of smoke for a while and then it just stops. Right, like how would you humanly make that at this sort of top speed that I'm doing? Even this I could sort of do, but it just overcorrects so much when you're doing that, which is beautiful. But no, I love that. I just go a little slow and obey the traffic laws, and oh no, no tip for you, you're a piece of shit. But then oh no, here you get hit by a truck, you flip over, you're going so wild and hitting shit, and that guy's happy with it. Yeah, I'm going like literally mathematical top speed in some of these, like where I'm jamming W and I'm not letting go of it the whole time, right? And I'm not hitting the brake or anything, and I'm just like, you know, using the ability doesn't slow you down, right? It just makes it seem like that to Franklin. We could use this the whole pretty much rest of the way here, and so you get to I slowed down maybe a little bit there. We're gonna have like a world record. Why did it stop? Made it seem like that was a scripted thing. 23 tip, which is, you know, relative to the amount that you're getting paid, is fine. I felt like I did that one so fast though too. I don't get it. The problem with this is now when you're out of the city, I'm gonna have to go back because, you know, that's one weird thing about this game. You only get one safe house per character ultimately, or at least like when you have another one, it goes away. What I can't do it though. I gotta repair my car. How about that? Taxi job offer. Now I'm gonna lose rep with my company. Right, I like that implication too with some of these. Like it's your business earnings for the week are 0 because you didn't do any missions yourself. It's like, what, does the business that I own rely on me 100%? Like if I don't do a job, I don't make anything from it. What kind of shit is that? Right, like nobody else is working. I don't have any staff. Nobody else is giving me any cut, or, you know, it's just dumb. So even though I'm trying not to use the map, you can always rely on the ability of doing this. You can always rely on the ability of doing the particular like where would I even be picking them up from in the middle of nowhere like this? I guess it sometimes takes you a little ways away, but this is the sort of dynamic quality that I'm talking about. Instead of giving me a taxi mission in one of these random locations anywhere in the world, it gives you variety and this and that, right? It would be a gang activity that you go and you have a little gunfight, right, at all these same sort of various locations. And so it kind of broke my whole immersion with trying to drive peacefully doing this, because that might have been the person that would have asked me for the cab ride too. Let me try to repair this and see how that would work, if it even lets you. Sometimes they won't let you do that with certain cars, but I guess this is my own taxi too. It's not like I stole it, or even if I did, it might let me do that. But it's a situation where now I should remember now where everything is, in the sense that I should leave this off where it was. And or you know, maybe I should just take it home. Maybe that should be the thing. But let me repair it for. I was gonna say maybe I should take it home and I should leave it in the garage, but I guess now we'll never know. So the next time I'd have to like buy another taxi to make up for that, or, you know, I'm trying to do everything in a believable way. I guess I've been avoiding Trevor lately. I've been on just Michael and Franklin the whole time. I'm trying to avoid those northern areas that can sometimes be a bit annoying, or there's not as much to do in them. So we've seen this one before. I'd like to see some other different things that they're up to when you're not with them, when you switch to them. So that's unfortunate. That's what the special ability can sometimes do, is it deceives you that you're not as going as fast as you actually are. But what we should do here is we should get a car from my garage. Where does my base car even go, though? That's the thing. Oh, it's like outside. So let me take my car to my garage, get another car to put in the garage, and then what is bro doing?
Whenever you're ready.
What? Was he just driving that? Like, why is he standing there? The fuck is Jimmy doing? He's just standing there with the car in the middle of the road. Then he spawns in the bike. Jimmy has been derpy and buggy as fuck. Like how when I parked my car in the garage, he just, like he's always waiting. I just exposed one of the designs of the game. Like he's always waiting to appear right when you're there so that he can say like, hey dad, I'm coming home from a bike. Yeah, like he's meant to do that NPC canned dialogue. Like, oh, what are the chances? Right when I go to Michael, he's right coming home. But he was waiting, and then I kind of broke the sequence somehow by doing something. I'll sometimes do that in games, like where oh, there's meant to be a jump scare, but I missed it because I'm RP walking and talking about something, right, and ignoring what's happening. So we want to find my garage as Michael, which I have no idea actually where it is. And I want to do one thing. I want to bring a car, and I guess I'll just leave this car where it is because I can't figure out how to deal with that issue, but I'll park the new car in the garage, and then that one I can take wherever I go, and then I'll test it again to see how long it'll stay there. Like, maybe it depends on how far you go from it, less so than how long you're gone, but it's a case where I want one of my cars to be like I don't want to use the default car because of the fact that it'll go away, right, like we saw, which is really annoying. You always want to be driving the same car, and you want to be driving your car, and it's like, I guess I could buy one just as easily, or that would kind of tell me where it is. Of course, I'm too lazy to find my garage, so I'd rather, within this mini-map restriction, whatever thing that I'm doing, oh, it's right there, but I'm too lazy to do it, so I would buy a car just to be able to see, just to get a waypoint from that. Buy a new car so it'll appear at my garage, just so I can do that. So yeah, somewhat the problem in these kind of games is that they give you too much stuff, so then it makes it feel less meaningful. Like, oh, look at me driving around in my cool car, of which I have a million of them, of which, you know, it doesn't feel like really a big deal, right? Even over the course of the campaign, if you feel like you've earned it through that, and you get too much money at once, kind of from the stock missions with Lester. That's the main way that you get money, and then the rest of the game you really don't. Yeah, this has been sort of a nice laid-back series, but I kind of am being lazy about segueing to the other parts of it, or maybe I'm somehow satisfied with this, but, you know, aside from, like, maybe trying to 100% the game, which would be, they always get me with that. Like, you can't go in the garage with this one, which is annoying. So, like, I'll just let it do the magic teleport mechanic, where now as I leave the garage, it'll run into that and break it. Right, like, I'll go and I will pick up another, for fuck's sake. I'll go in there and I'll pick up another car, and then I'll drop that in my garage so we have it for all time, and then hopefully that one will stick around, and there should be a sense of permanence and value with that, like, oh, if I damage it I have to repair it. So didn't we have another one though? We had the yellow one like that, so where did that go? I'm trying to look at my phone actually to see if it's been impounded, but Elegy, it wasn't that. Maybe now I feel like I'd rather go to the impound to get the other one. So he's gonna run into my other car that was just sitting there, or it's already gonna be gone. Or no, it is still apparently there, but one thing we could look at, let me pull over here and see, has my vehicle been impounded? Because your new ISC has been there. Where would that appear? I guess you just have to go to the vehicle impound and figure it out, because yeah, I really don't know what happened with that. It was like the yellow car that was it was a yellow car that looks just like this one, and now I don't know where it is. It would be really hard to find out where everything is without looking at the map. You kind of have to know it by heart. Not like I really care about that one, but now I'm just curious. I left it wherever I was last time, like with the hunting and all that kind of stuff, and then I get killed after killing the park ranger, which maybe that's a mechanic that shouldn't be so punishing. I killed him while nobody was around, right? I kind of snuck up behind him and knocked him out, and nobody was around, but I still got 3 stars from it. Like, who is calling the cops in that situation, or who knows what happened to him? Like, he has a sensor on his body that just, oh, if you ever lose consciousness, he automatically calls the cops. Like, what the fuck? I'm trying to play like a stealth game, you know, in RP that way. It's like I killed some animals and then he's kind of looking for me. And in a more organic way, like where he becomes a red dot, but I'm not wanted by the cops, and then he tries to get me, and then he loses, he doesn't know where I am, and then I sneak up on him and kill him from behind, and then now the cops come after me for no reason, even though I was very sneaky about it. So I'm trying to kind of obey the traffic laws. So we got the house to put this in, and then I'll try to, I guess what you can sort of do is you can take a cab. So I can take a cab to the vehicle impound and see if that yellow car is there, which it never told me that if it was. The one thing I can't do with the cab ride is I can't skip it. So that's one way to kind of cheat and go somewhere that, like, I can go there without knowing where it is exactly, without having to look for it, because again, not using the map. But I can't, because I don't know if this is even meant to be a 2-lane road. But then sometimes people cut you because they think you're off to the side. But no, I've exposed Jimmy's like bot-like behavior now a couple times. That's just because he's on drugs. It's part of the immersion of the universe. But he, you know, he's able to just appear there. He's standing in the road waiting to come in, and the bike spawns. So we're somehow sequence breaking something about it. So we gotta make a left here, obviously, and we go into my little house here, which actually Michael in that sense doesn't improve much, because his house is the same the whole game. Whereas, you know, Franklin upgrades, and Michael, or I mean Trevor, sort of upgrades with the hangars and stuff, but he doesn't seem to care where he lives, like the trailer. Or that's like one of those Hyman Roth Godfather 2 moments where, like, oh, he's so rich and he has millions of dollars in the underworld, but he doesn't show it off. So he looks like some old feeble man living in a simple house, watching baseball in the heat. Like, there's nothing, you know, why were we able to cut them off? That's not like a green arrow. So you get it here spotless in one piece. And I don't know what happened to my base vehicle. You go here, and then you go into here. Now the only thing I want to do is we'll call a cab. We'll call a cab, and we will I like how the phone looks in first person. Actually, it's kind of nice. We'll try to go to the vehicle impound.
Yeah, can you send out a cab to me?
Of course. Driver should be with you soon.
Okay, thanks for your help.
We'll go to the vehicle impound to see if that's there, even though I didn't get a text or anything to indicate it, so I don't know where that car went. Right, we didn't even blow it up or anything. It was just sitting there, and then I think I died before I even got to it, so it was just there. Maybe it's still there. That would actually be amazing. It's like somewhere up in the hills, and it won't even show me with an icon or something. It's just somewhere up in the hills, and it's like, you know, I'd have to find where I left it. That would be kind of cool, actually. So we're looking for vehicle impound, which is going to be here. And again, we can't skip it. We got to see here how much time we're spending on in the taxi. But for the immersion of it, I should absolutely do that. So now, in doing this, we should also learn where it is off the top of my head without having to look at the map. Let's also look at how he drives. Is he going to break the law? Maybe if I tell him to stop, to hurry, he might. They start hitting people, but like he's just disobeying stop signs. You're supposed to come to like a full stop. But he's kind of going with the traffic, so you can never worry about it there. Reminds me of the old expression I had, like if you really want to catch somebody, you know, everybody does something wrong. So like you could follow somebody on the highway for 50 miles, 100 miles, and they'll be speeding at least once. So right, if you carefully observe somebody and dig deep enough, you're going to find something that they did wrong, and it will apply to everybody. So it's kind of like the same thing with certain people. Like, oh, like Trump, they would go after so much. It doesn't mean that he didn't do anything wrong. It just means like when you fixate on somebody that much, you know, like the line from Half-Life 2, oh, they have no reason to come to our place. Don't worry, they'll find one. Like, if they really want to find something, they will. It doesn't mean that... It doesn't mean that... yeah, that Franklin Clinton guy is a really shitty driver. You should have seen him. He's giving the whole cab industry a bad name. In the next game, there will be no cab codes because everything will be Uber and shit directly. Like, some simple small change like that is all you need sometimes. And there's like some big like value to the taxi licensing. Like, oh, you have like a taxi license in New York City, and that used to be worth a ridiculous amount of money because there were only so many of them and they won't issue more and stuff like that. So it was a big deal. And then when this Uber and stuff comes along, it completely ruins and destroys that. Right, because now, oh, anybody can just do it. So just for the sheer convenience of that, with no middleman, now all of a sudden it becomes, you know... Now it becomes a whole industry, just something that's the biggest thing you can try to monetize or take advantage of if you're like in a business sense. Like just people's laziness you can always rely on. Just make something a little simpler, a little easier, a little more mainstream, and that's all it takes. So we'll go to the vehicle impound, and even if we find that car now, I don't know what to do with it because holy shit, bro. I wish there was something you could do kind of. I guess you can do stuff on your phone. Like, let's just look at random websites while we wait. Appropriate associates. Give your image a boost by hiring our professional party guests for your next social event. This is like bots in real life, right? Get somebody who... Party guest. This is a kind of probably a real thing, too. Our services, oh, it'll say it at the bottom. Give your image a boost by hiring our professional party guests for your next social event. Imagine some of these sites were made by people on Fiverr or some shit too. Like GTA hires them to make some realistic looking site that's kind of clowny. Are you throwing a party and worried that only your fat friend and the creepy guy from the place next door will show up? Are you embarrassed at the lack of diversity in your social circle? Are you terrified your girlfriend will dump you when she discovers your buddies are all immature douchebags? Or are you just looking for replace your wingman with someone who women actually find vaguely attractive? Appropriate Associates has been saving people from social suicide since 2009. From birthdays to weddings to funerals to product launches to political rallies, from swinger parties to entourages, our stand-ins know. You might think, oh, this is meant to be a joke, but I mean, this stuff like this is obviously real. Our stand-ins know how to make you stand out. Think of them as extras in the movie of your not-so-tragic life. One of those rom-coms in which an ugly, socially awkward nerd transforms into the most popular guy around, getting to muff dive on a cheerleader and launching a successful .com while discovering some deeper universal truth about themselves and the world. But that's not your life. In your life, you need to pay to have friends. Rentafriend.com, that was on the news some years ago, and doing so will make your dream come true. Los Santos is a city where you don't get a second chance at a first impression. Yes, appeal to the dependent overextended pretense of zero-sum means, if you know, you know, either to achieve the stimuli acme. It's also a city full of vain, oh shit, you're gonna start sounding like me now. Vain, hedonistic, faux creative types who consider real work to be beneath them, and they make a perfect room fillers for any party. With Appropriate Associate, hey, it's not faux creative if you get away with it. Just stream on Twitch and make money doing that. With Appropriate Associates, you get all the benefits of having a cool, hip, good-looking friends without having to deal with their annoying bullshit when the party is over. Call us today. Nobody need to know Nobody need know how lonely and desperate your life is ever again, except for us or the people you're hiring. Didn't you know all relationships by extension are prostitution? This is what we got to do in RP, is just bring our little absolutist tendency to it. Bro, how long does it take for you to get there? But this at least gives you something to do while you wait. Right, in a realistic sense. Pretend you're actually in a cab ride, like in real life, and this is what you would have to do. So that car that we got was this stupid ass thing. This is what life is all about. You make 132,000 without even going there or doing anything. You make 16,000. That's a lot, though. Movie theaters don't earn like that anymore, dude, with the fucking Netflix and shit. Tequila La 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 is 16,000. Hookies is 4,700. It should all be a decent amount relative to the amount that you paid for it. Right, like some of that you paid $1 million, so how long is it going to take you to earn your money back? Obviously, that's in a week. The earnings that we have, I don't even know where it is. Like, it doesn't even show us the ultimate destination waypoint. I just can't believe how long this shit takes. It's unbelievable. But no, that was at least a more fun, structured thing to do, where we're doing the taxi cab missions. But no, it seems like if I was just to wander around and do this for hundreds of hours, I don't think I would ever 100% the game. Unless you're doing it with a guide or some sense of purpose, I honestly don't even know. And somehow, apparently, I missed some of the Strangers and Freaks missions, which I don't get how that's possible. Or maybe some of them I ruined by, like, you end them in an unceremonious way. Like, you choose the wrong option and then it causes it to end early. Like, I killed a guy when I could have left him alive, like the drug guy or something. Some of the endings to those are very underwhelming. Or even some of the other side missions, like the Epsilon thing, which I think maybe that I just saw the ending on YouTube. I don't know if I even did it. Like, you go through all these different random missions and then you end up just killing the guy. Or like the drug guy, he keeps giving everybody drugs and then it ends by you just killing him or just walking away. Like, it's not a very interesting payoff. Like, there's nothing really, you just walk up to him, you shoot him, and that's it. Like, there's nothing super satisfying about it. So I assume the vehicle impound is somewhere within the next 100 hours of driving that this guy can find. Although I guess I can't complain when I don't know where it is myself either. But yeah, it's so much empty space. It's so much wasted effort that they do in terms of. Now, this is an online mechanic, so I don't know why they even bother putting this in here. Right, if somebody invites you to a game from online, quick save, which I rarely ever use that. I don't know who Abigail even is. Acting up. Director mode is not available while in a vehicle, which I don't know what that even exactly is. That has something to do with what we did with the dude, with Franklin just now. We discovered the June chick, who I kind of liked her whole vibe actually, but I accidentally bumped into her and I didn't mean to. Like, how many of these characters aren't even still alive? Like, Steve is dead. I think Ricky is probably still alive unless he died on one of the missions. Molly got eaten up by the plane, which was kind of her on. I mean, you were kind of chasing her, though. Marianne is still alive. I think Martin's alive. None of the main characters really die. Maybe Lester should have died as some big sacrifice. Freelander is dead. Like, that's how you know it's a GTA game. Like, half your contacts will end up dead, and you probably are responsible for that. And yet you still keep them in here just as some sadistic reminder. Settings, and you can't take pictures in the car, which is kind of odd. What if I want to record all this shit and make a blog post about it later? Make a vlog video, become a fucking travel log. What is it called? Like I don't know. Like, you travel the world and make all these different blogs about it and make a living from that. I never really looked at the backgrounds and shit too much. Blue Angels, which of course it won't show you in there. What a great feature. Like, fuck. Blue Angels, blue shards, blue circles. Like, that's the number one thing it should do, is it should show you an example. Diamonds, green glow. My favorite chess set on Le Chess from the custom app that I have. The extension that's like the Space Invaders kind of thing. Green square. I mean, a lot of these would be like green should be for Franklin, and blue should be for Michael, and orange should be for Trevor. It actually is. Like, they put those colors in there just for that reason. But anybody can use them. That looks kind of cool, actually. My 8-bit. Why does only he get 8-bit? Orange halftone. Somebody has to appreciate all this content that they took the time to put in there. Like, I'm the one dude who always reads all the flavor text. Like in Anthem, that was really funny. Like, I made such a point to do that. That's the series I maybe should have uploaded a long time ago. Just because that's more like something that's probably have gone offline by now. I don't even really want any of those, though. Or maybe the default ones are even different based on how... The sleep symbol will be appeared. I don't really care. Nobody's really bugging me the way that they would, like in GTA 4, they would piss you off. Like, it could just start a mission that you didn't want to start by force if you pick it up. Or it could, like, Nico, you want to go bowling or some shit. The fuck is that? Okay, we'll leave that. The theme: blue, green, gray, orange, pink, purple, red. Of course, blue suits Michael anyway. Vibrate on or off. Yeah, it's cool that they let you customize it to that degree. So this is really insane, bro. But I think that's it right there. Which that makes it look more just like a vehicle, not so much a location. Right, or maybe that is the icon to show that that's my vehicle in the impound, but, you know, normally it'll be like a building kind of thing. If you see that, you would think, oh, that's just a vehicle of mine, like my default vehicle. STD contractors, fill your pork hole, run like a caveman. Wolf's International Realty. I like how clearly you can sometimes hear these people on the street too. But yeah, the only thing you can't really enjoy in this context because of streaming is the either certain aspects of the strip club maybe, or the music, which the music is a real waste, but even the music of the game itself is good. Right, like the internal music, not even the... Oh, no. No, no, no. Well, actually, it's fine. I didn't mean to do that, but... I do escape to try to get to the menu, which you can't use from there. I was checking to see if my volume is muted, which it is. I want to hear the in-game music. I love how it even has to play the radio here. Like, you can hit radio off here, but then it'll keep resetting or something. The vehicle impound should be right here, as we saw. Which may or may not have that yellow car. I'm really not sure. And I don't know if that's what that icon means either. Like, or that was one thing I did in like GTA 4. I tried to put as many cars together as possible to block an area. But the problem is they started to despawn or something weird would happen with it. So how do I even do this? Not enough cash. What do you mean not enough cash? You're not even giving me any context for what that is. Like, okay, let me sell a little bit of my stock then. Fucking... Oh, I guess I deliberately did that, honestly. Let me just sell a very little amount of it, even though that's gone down. I'll wait for it to go back up. I don't care. Right, like, so eventually it'll go up. But let me sell, like, literally... How much would I get from that? 191. Like, how much do they want from me? It's not even not enough cash. It's not even telling me how much cash I need to have, though. What? Give me a number, bro. All right, fine. I'll sell a little bit more, but no, I'll just leave it in there because I'm too lazy even. But if you lose some of this money, then you can never get it back because so much of the money you got from okay, I'll do like 10 shares then. 1900. Is that gonna be enough, dude? Impounded vehicle, it must be this one. Or why is the elegy even in there if I... Can I retrieve both of them? Like, what would happen at the same time? Maybe if I was hanging out with like Amanda or somebody, they could drive the other one for me. See how that reset even though I just hit radio off? It's a real shame because you don't want to have to make the compromise of that. Like doing the now I don't even know what to do with this because I can't I can't do anything. Like I have the other one in the garage in my house, and so now this one I'd have to put in my other garage properly. The just to save it there. Wait, why is it showing me like that? What about, oh, because that's so weird. Yeah, it doesn't have a rear view mirror. So what, how are you supposed to even do that? Or are you supposed to like raise the roof somehow? But I don't actually know how you do that. Right, it's supposed to probably open up. Because yeah, normally you would just turn it off. Or I mean, you just turn your head around. Okay, so we're trying to go back, go to my garage, and just leave it there, I guess. And I almost want to go back to the impound again, and then get the other one out of there, but I don't know. Because we have the LG in my garage, too. Or, like, is there a limit to how many things you can actually fit in that? Look at these people just cutting you off. Yeah, it took a second to do it, but no, I like how this stuff sort of works actually pretty well. The internal UI of the car that you normally would never get to see anyway, so you know, the problem with the first person is you don't get to appreciate actually the appearance of the car that much. Or sometimes it's fun to kind of watch what they're doing. Like I'll follow that around and see where it goes, and if it actually completes a full believable RP cycle. Like I'll judge the RP of other characters. NPC is like, is the ambulance actually role playing the whole scenario out, or is it just gonna go somewhere random? Look at how those lights break my immersion too. Come on, man. So I'd like to go back to my thing, go back to my garage, which is somewhere near my house. I just don't know exactly in what direction from the house. And like drop this off in my garage, and this is me like just totally padding the playtime because this is what the experience is meant to be like. I guess I shouldn't commit to doing this in a straight sense. Like I was trying to work my way up, but maybe I could touch base with each of them. So the next one would be like some sort of permadeath run off the game itself. Right, I was trying to do something like that, but then I can't because it's a case where it would take too long, or I'd have to do the whole thing. Or I guess I don't. I could just introduce it like I always do, but let's see here. But yeah, this is like with those vans, the vans that carry the money, you can like shoot the back and open it and try to rob it. I don't know if that would work with a fucking taco truck, but come on, man. This show, oh, I forgot. The Q is for that. I should just always use that then. That's so annoying that you have to do that every time. Like, just make a fucking slider for the radio versus the music. Like, come on. 'Cause I want to hear the in-game music still, which is very good. At times, you know, very subtle, very ambient. Do you have the ability to, Well, this will be a proper left turn signal thing, but again, I'm not trying to go to my house. I'm trying to go to my garage, which is, well, I don't have a rear view mirror, so I can't even tell that, but it's actually pretty close to my house, which is nice. We could still go here and then go right and effectively drop this off, and then I don't know how I'm going to get back to my house, which isn't too far, I guess, but my car that I meant to drive is actually already in my house, or maybe I want to switch this with the other one, but maybe I could do that. Yeah, I could drop this, since this is the one that I was driving. I could drop this in my house, then come back to the garage, then drop the, but then how do I, that's the problem. How do I get back to my house from the garage without taking another car to there? because, you know, right? No, you know what? This is actually an impressive moment that I didn't account for. It's, look at that guy coming off. My base car is actually still there, even though I said that it doesn't stay like that. Right, how it always respawns at my house. It's like in my garage, even though it's not in it. It's like, even though I can't go in it, it's like, you know, I don't understand. It's still around here somewhere, which I don't get that. I love how that honks the horn too. So by this logic, we have the blue car now in my house. And we have the ability to do like a special vehicle, which I don't get that, because that's supposed to be the one that's impounded. Or maybe I have another one of the same thing. So let's just exit on foot. Then drive my own shitty car back to my house, which is surprisingly still there after all that time, which I'm kind of impressed by. But that's what I kept complaining about, that I want my car to remain there. If that's actually kind of cool that it did that. Right, if that was the case, then I wouldn't have felt the need to do that in the first place. I wouldn't have felt the need to get another car. That's the whole reason why I did that, is so that I could have a car that I feel like is going to stick around, but whatever. At least we have the option now that we have that sick blue car, which is like the same model as the other one, so I must have really liked those, or I probably found them and just stole them and put them in there, or maybe I bought them. It's almost like you should have to buy it in a way to be able to keep it like that in your garage, but I don't think you do. I think you can just steal one. Right, and then just, maybe I'm wrong, but that always gives some value to actually buying stuff with the money. Otherwise, what's the point, right? If you can just steal stuff left and right, which is still true. You can just steal stuff left and right and just drive it, but you at least have it with you all the time, or whatever. Or maybe you should be able to change the assignment of your of your personal vehicle. You should be able to change whether this one is considered that or something else is considered that. This car has such horribly tinted windows that even from the inside you can't see shit. I guess Trevor's personal vehicle is the one I like the least, because it's that wonky fucking truck. Right, at least Franklin's is pretty smooth. This one's not bad. And I guess the windows and stuff you wouldn't mind normally if you tweaker, or you bro was ahead of his time with the Jello song that we keep hearing. Right, there's been overused in edits and shit like this over time. Okay, hurry up, man. These NPCs are actually pissing me off sometimes. I'm trying to be a good citizen, but you don't get rewarded for it at all. Okay. I don't mind you going slow, but you don't go with a sense of purpose. Like, what are you doing? The stop sign, so it doesn't mean the fall asleep sign. Oh, come on, man. So fucking slow. Now, what is this person even doing? Or sometimes there will be like hookers and stuff that try to pick you up. So this is basically Michael's house, or I guess Trevor's house and Franklin's house are both in awkward spots. Weekly income from Minotaur properties. How is a week passing so much anyway? Like, I'm not playing for such long periods of time that we should be getting these weekly texts every session almost. Right, hardly a day or two should be passing every session. Or we can just park it up here, I guess, but you have Tracy's car is like the red one, Amanda's car is the yellow one that we kind of wrecked, but then I bought another one even though that didn't actually really count. And then this dude's is the other one still. The so whatever, we died as Franklin unexpectedly because I was just driving trying to get back to my house, so I forget what we were doing on there. I always think that's my bedroom. Buy a DLC for $5.99 to finally find out what's in that one room in Michael's house. But yeah, they'd make some shitty excuse too. I bet they'd say like, well, the reason why we didn't do single player DLC is for such and such reason. Like, oh, we didn't want to ruin the story or this and that. But actually, it's because they saved all their effort for online. Like everybody already knows. But those are like his parents probably. And I guess maybe the one on the right is supposed to be Tracy, but I don't see that at all. She looks like much older. Maybe that could be like a sister or something. Right? That I don't know. It looks like a smoker, older version of Tracy. Maybe that's just how she looks when she does her makeup or something. What was that? E prompt. But yeah, this is what this devolves into. There's just us wandering around. So maybe I won't feel like we have to do something in particular with this. You know, like in a straight session, I can jump ahead and do the online or do something else. I want to do a mod and RP just to kind of try it more so because I've never really modded this. And I know it's either very complicated or a lot of them don't work, or maybe some of them you're not meant to do. Like, I don't know exactly how it works. So I kind of wanted to just touch base with it and just try it. Okay, so today I'm going to continue this GTA 5 single player series, which has gone on for quite a while, where I'm just trying to do certain random fun things in the world and, you know, trying to flesh it out and see what you can do without playing online, without doing RP, without doing mods and stuff. Right, just what can you do in the actual game world itself? Aside from just the main story and the campaign, right? There should be other things to do, and I've sort of struggled to find that. So, again, it's the sort of thing that makes me think of what I would always do when I was a kid, or just in general in games, that even single-player games, even linear games, I would sort of just derp around and do random stuff and make my own fun, but it doesn't feel like you should have to do that, really. So, today I'm debuting my first art for this game ever that I've had, because, I mean, I guess I just didn't play the game that much, so why would I have an art for it? But you know, when I did the permadeath run and stuff, it wasn't like I played it that much, so I didn't need an art. But I actually have two versions of it, so it's basically just Michael doing the motif of my shush icon, obviously, of my main channel art, like the Diablo doing that, and I've done that with a lot of things now. I have one like that for Destiny. I have like one like that for something else I just did, like Detroit. I was trying to make another one too that I might show in a couple days if I can do it, which is like all three characters doing it. So like Franklin will be doing it with like a wrench to show that he likes cars. Trevor will be doing it with like a machete to show he's kind of sick and sadistic, that he wants to chop somebody up, whatever. And then Michael will be doing it kind of the same way with this. Or no, it's actually with like a silenced pistol. I think I said I wanted to do that for GTA 6, where I want, because not even knowing anything about it, but like I wanted a channel art of the guy shushing with a silencer. So like it's Michael holding a silencer, right, where the silencer part of the gun is facing up, and it's like doing the shush. We can see this is my whole motif for my channel. So try to guess what the difference is between these two. It's basically just that the glove is black, right? The glove is black here. It's like brown here. That's really the only thing I can even... I think there was something else different, but I forgot now. Yeah, that's cool to actually have a piece of art for it. It's nothing special, but the other one might be better, and... yeah, it's just nice to have it, considering how much I'm going to be playing this now, or I don't know how much I really will play it in the future, but it's a case where, you know, whatever. We're trying to flesh this out, single player as much as possible, just kind of wander around. Oh yeah, there's like a little RP that I always try to do with each of these when I come up with the idea. It's like, the story behind it is like real, and I put it on my Deviant art with this title too. True gangsters don't need to blow smoke, basically. In other words, they don't need to show off, that they don't need to draw attention to themselves. So it's a good contrast to Lamar, who's the ultimate wannabe show-off kind of character, where he's always talking about being a gangster and wanting to show off and make a spectacle of himself, whereas Franklin kind of rolls his eyes at that. So this is the point of it, is like, he's telling you to shush. You're showing that he wants to keep a low profile, wearing the glove, wearing the, you know, shushing you. So basically, it indicates that unlike Lamar, basically that type, that he's like a true OG, and it's like he doesn't need to stand out, or he doesn't want to show off. And he even wants to, let me actually read what I wrote there. I forgot. I wrote like a little RP about it, but yeah, it's like true OGs don't need to show off. In fact, if anything, they don't want to stand out. They don't want to be known because they want to, true gangsters don't blow smoke. Unlike Lamar, the real OGs do not need to speak a word. The last thing they want is to be known, so they want to keep a low profile so they can actually get away with it instead of, you know, wanting some attention for it or whatever, you know, that Lamar's always just making a big spectacle of himself. Yeah, let's just go wander around. I mean, it's disappointing how little there really is to do. I discovered like a race last time that I kept saying there should be races, but I couldn't find it on the map. And I'm trying not to use the map, in fact, either. I was playing as Franklin and then I died stupidly, like I was driving my car super fast. Okay, so there's a new rule now. I'm trying not to use the... You know what? Maybe that should be the thing. Because I like using the third person, but I can't decide in what capacity. So, like, when I'm on foot, I should be in third person. And when I'm in a vehicle, I should be first person. Something like that. Or maybe vice versa. I can't decide which. But yeah, I'm going to start driving these now. Like a vehicle that's not my personal vehicle. And the reason why is because these seem to stick around. Oh, for fuck's sake. These seem... Fuck, this thing's too fast. Oh, no, I gotta turn that off. They seem... Oh, my God, I can't drive it. These vehicles seem to stick around better if you leave them out and about in the world. Although last time this stuck around pretty well, too. My main vehicle, I left it somewhere and I did something, so... Whatever, we'll do this and we'll treat this like my main vehicle. And now I don't know exactly what I want to do, but I'm trying to like create almost a routine for the character, like where I do some sort of RP, like I'll try to hang out with Amanda and then I'll go play tennis with her and then I'll go hunting. And that was actually a fun mini game that I kind of invented. I went out in the wild and I went out to hunt, but I didn't do it like as a hunting mission the way that you see, like where is it? Like there's a hunting icon there. Maybe you can't even do it as Michael. But I didn't do that. I manually just hunted. I was like looking for animals and I just was, you know, killed a couple deer and I took pictures of them for the wildlife completionist, whatever, you know, thing there is there. And then I what else did I do? I was shooting like the birds out of the sky and doing it as like target practice. So, you know, see how many you can hit in a certain amount of time. So I could do that again, I guess. I tried to hang out with Amanda, but I missed the date with him according to the game. That's a bug that I gotta make a clip out of that. I have like 3 channels on YouTube now, so like one is my main channel that I upload like 1 video a week. So I'll upload like 1 full episode of something, usually something new, or like something, you know, me playing a game for the first time, like my flex format on Saturday, or now like my new permadeath format, my new game permadeath format where every month I do one. So like I'll do one of those a week, then the next week I'll do a clip, like just a short clip of something, like me dying or me succeeding at some challenge or whatever, having to delete my having to delete my Lachess account, you know, stuff like that. And then the second channel is just like more regular uploads, like this would go on there and random stuff that I'm doing, me playing Strinova and just, you know, whatever I do throughout the week that isn't like a major format. And then the third one is just for random stuff that I barely even use, so that kind of clip could go on there. Just like the game's been out for 10 years and yet, you know, it's been out for 10 years, it's AAA, it's all this kind of 12 years. It's AAA, it's all this kind of stuff, and yet they have a stupid bug like that where it calls Amanda a he, right? The date with him has been canceled, or the meeting with him has been canceled. I'm trying to obey traffic laws, although I couldn't drive this at all. I like the whole UI, though, the feedback that you get in the car, though, if the, you know, obviously these radars are accurate. Radars, the speedometer and stuff. So what I should do is I should repair my car, again, the whole idea with me sort of, and it creates like an RP vibe. Again, not like RP online, but it's something I would do in single player games all the time, and just in general in my gaming history and life. It's an idea that you're trying to add a sense of permanence and value to every little thing that you're doing. So it's like, if I damage my car, it's not just oh, it'll just magically repair itself, which it does do, or whatever, like your base car will end up back at your house. It's like I have to go out and actually repair it myself, or I'm trying not to initiate combat. I'll do it if it comes up, but I'm not going out of my way to do it, to seek it out. And then also, like, every little thing should have some significance to it. You're not just randomly doing stuff. Or this guy's like one of these director mode people. I discovered somebody like that with Franklin. Right, I accidentally bumped into her though.
Oh, how you doing, bro?
Since you asked, I'm wearing makeup, being cuddled by strangers, I'm riddled with self-doubt, and I still think I'm better than everyone. I'd say pretty badly.
Amanda, is that you?
What?
Nothing. Forget about it. Hey, just keep doing what you're doing. At least it's a gig, kid.
What is that? And look at how that flicked the other way. You got like a phone stuck in your hand, but no, you saw how it like went vertical, like it bugged out.
That's the paradox. I know that because I went to college and studied philosophy. And that served me really well because now I'm a zombie walking the streets because I didn't go to fucking law school.
You're not even walking the streets, you're just standing. He's like looking at his watch that he doesn't have. Like, there's nothing you can do with these people though. That's the thing. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to beat him up or kill him because I don't want to. Like, how long would this go on for? Like, who is even making you do this? Well, good thing I'm safe then, because I don't have any brains. Haha, the XQC defense. The best solution to not having your brains eaten is just don't have brains. But no, I bumped into the other chick and she walked away. I actually liked her whole vibe. I would have taken her out on a date or something if... What the fuck? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, where did he... Wait, what? I'm sorry. Did I miss something? Like... I was so shell-shocked by that. Like, I'm totally baffled. Is that him, or... Where did he go? How did he... That's one of those cool events that I would say actually... I'm so confused. That was one of the weirdest moments. Somebody actually stole my car for no reason when, like, tasted my own medicine, but, like, I don't know what happened. I have no idea. I should be, like, a little quicker to react, but I guess I keep clowning the game. I keep acting like, oh, there's nothing that happens, but then when something does happen, I'm not ready for it.
Hey, you, get over here!
You're gonna be like a setup.
I'll give it a try.
Yeah, I just lost my own fucking car. I'm so confused. I've never seen that happen, where a random NPC steals your car for no reason and just takes it. Like, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do?
Get the fuck out of here.
I can't believe she's here.
I don't want to fight them, really.
Putting on that bikini. She's definitely in there.
What exactly is wrong with you?
I mean, I guess I'm not using it. Wait, now is she going to run away too? Yeah, I was trying to clear them out for you, though. I always ruin everything by doing that. I was even hesitant about doing it, but what was I supposed to do? Beat them up with my fist, and she wouldn't have minded? I'm trying to play it all RP, but no, I'm very confused as to what happened with that guy, and Actually, I was saying that I should be in third person here. It doesn't matter, but I was trying to create a rule set. I would have loved that as like an actual chase, and I would have shot the guy, but I was trying to play all passive and non-violent, but I'm so confused. So some random NPC actually came and stole my car just for no reason in broad daylight. Like, what was that? And I had no idea where he came from, where he went, why he did that. So now I'm actually stuck on foot. There's no car to repair, because I would have loved it if I actually found where he went, but I was too slow. Like, I was totally caught off guard. If you're playing online, you would have expected that, but... And I don't know what even happened to the car now. It's just gone, like rightfully, again, in RP. Since I lost it, it should be gone forever. And I have to... I mean, I could get insurance for it, but... Yeah, like, what did I even want to do? I almost want to go hunting, but I have to do this shit on foot now. I mean, that is kind of cool. So you might think, oh, I'm mad about that moment, but I actually enjoy moments like that because it's something exciting that happens that I should have dealt with better, although I don't understand. I got to be just more on alert now. Every, you know, weird stuff can happen. Or you know what's really weird is sometimes when they let you go into certain interiors as part of the story, but then they don't let you do it later. Like, there are a few things like that. You can go into certain buildings for a story mission, but then you can't go into them just randomly in free roam, which is weird because, you know, why waste it like that? And I don't think you can do this mechanic here in this game where you can like pick up an object by pressing E the way you could in GTA 4, right? You could like pick up a brick and throw it at a window or something. So there's all these empty spaces to explore. This is like a apartment type of area that you'd pick up a mission for in online or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I could play this almost forever, but I find it a little underwhelming because the game's not giving me a lot to work with, even though I keep saying that, and then something interesting will happen, right? Like, that was a noteworthy moment. I wish I understood what... That almost didn't seem like it was intended. Like, something just... He acted like it was his own car, and he just took it. I'm so confused by it still. And now we'll never know. Like, that's never happened before. That could almost be it. Am I gonna miss him again? Am I gonna miss him again? I should just take it because that's literally... I'm just going to assume that that's him because I don't know how. I don't know how he could still be around here, but... Bro, what the fuck? Because that's like my same car. It's the blue Infernus, right? So how did that sequence happen? See, this is what I mean by like open world stuff. In Skyrim and Fallout and stuff like that would happen all the time. In this game, it doesn't happen very much. Just random, dynamic, interesting sequences of events. I don't even get to see his body. Like, the whole game is just bugging out, dude. I'm going to assume this is mine, though, because... I mean, it's the same type of car. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where the guy went. Did he survive? Now he's gonna take revenge on me or what, man? There's like a guy in a green shirt. Now I'm not even following the laws and I'm getting followed by the cops. My bro Michael just wanted to go on a hunting trip and maybe repair the car on the way or on the way back, but this is what it turns into. We should do that as a mark of approval, that we find somebody attractive or something, honk at them like people do in real life. Not to objectify women, but oh yeah, drive right by a police station and they miss me because they're fucking how did they miss me? They were like underground or what, below me? I drive by a police station and then I immediately get away. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, there's no casino in this game, or I mean, none that you can actually go to, or you can probably go to it online or in RP. It's just sad that RP would have to fill in those holes. Like, shouldn't it be something that you can do anyway? and you say, oh, not to encourage gambling. Meanwhile, you're killing people and whatever. But it's like, it's a troll, isn't it? Like this game actually trolls you. There's so many things in the game. There's cop cars, but you can't do vigilante missions. There's, you know, this whole setup with Franklin and the gang's activity going on with, you know, Stretch and everybody. But there's no gang wars like in San Andreas. There's no vigilante missions. There's no like ambulance missions, fire truck missions. There's no military response to the wanted level, even though there's a military base in the game. You can't go into any of the interiors, even though there's a casino right here, or there's other buildings that you'd like to go into. Like, I just don't get it. It's almost like they were saving it for something. Oh wait, online, because they want you to buy shark cards today. Like, what the fuck kind of. It's just the death of gaming, because you might say, well, just play online, and I have played online at least a little bit, and I do enjoy it, and it's good. But the fact that you would ruin the single player, or in many games that you wouldn't even have single player, right? That to me is unforgivable, because again, I don't mind online in games. I, you know, often enjoy it. I've played plenty of games, you know, a lot online. I have no aversion to it. My problem is, again, when you just say, let's just make a game only online and rely fully online and fully on online and all that, like, that's what I just don't accept it, because this would be kind of cool if it's a racetrack, like for horses. I don't think I've really been back here, actually. In fact, I forgot there even was a casino. Now let's do Michael's low-key disposition, where we want to park. See, we could have parked closer, but we want to park further away just for. This is like a James Bond type environment too, like where he's chilling with Goldfinger, trying to, you know, go incognito. And it seems weird though that he wouldn't be more well known. Like, oh yeah, James Bond was the guy who took down this guy. Right, some big major criminal before, so you wouldn't know who this guy is somehow. You'll say, oh, he's a secret agent, but like, I don't know, all one villain would have to do is dox him, like, for the benefit of all the rest coming future. Like, you know, I want to have some big shootout with the casino staff or something, but they won't let me. Casino Royale. But the point is, like, oh, before Goldfinger dies, or at some point, is like, let me dox James Bond so that everybody knows what he looks like and who he is, and that he's a secret agent, so that all the future villains, criminals, even if I get caught and beaten by him, at least they won't. Right? You'd be outed once, and then that's all it takes, because that's so important to maintain his, you know, secret identity, whatever, that he's a secret agent. So you could have horses in the game that you could ride and actually do this, or you could bet on it or something. I don't know. Have like a mini game, like there's so much empty space in the game. It really is. Like, I'll absolutely clown the game, because yes, there's online, and the cool thing with online too that I like is that you can play it kind of by yourself, in terms of, you know, you can do a ton of content online without ever playing with or against other people even, or whatever. Like, you can kind of still do some of the same missions that you would do with other people. You know, there should be like a murder note or a UFO part somewhere here, because you know, that just is like light, but it could, I don't know, I was even saying that. Although it's kind of annoying that we keep saying that. 2 out of 50 scraps. How have I collected that few, though? Isn't that uncanny? Like, I haven't gone out of my way. They just spawned in, too. I even just said that, too. I couldn't tell whether that was just like a bit of light coming down. But that's the kind of thing. So that at least made this trip worth it, because by coming here, at least I found something. Now, I'd be the OCD completionist who would be like, okay, now we're going to find all 50 pages and just, you know, that always gives me something to do. And what you could do is you could have a shootout in every place that you go to or something. Like, I should fight the cops. But I think that's the biggest turnoff. And they should find a way to fix that in the next game, which I posed a solution to that. Like, in addition to the wanted level, okay, if you aggro the cops, they chase you until you either run away or you die, and you could just fight them on and on forever, which is fine. But then there's another layer, like outside of that, based on what you do, you get like a karma system. So outside of the main missions, right, if I'm really good and I obey the traffic laws, or if I'm, you know, not committing crimes, I get a karma system, like a paragon system, right? That's gradually going up. Every time I stop at a stop sign, it could say like +1, you know, if I'm driving legally and things like that. Every time I break a red light or a stop sign, it gives me like negative karma. And the point is, both of them would be fun, rewarding playstyles that unlock different options based on how you play outside of just doing the story missions, which I can understand. Obviously, that'll be scripted, or whatever you choose to do there is what it is. But, you know, so if I'm driving like a legal driver and I'm being like a good character outside of the story, it'll give me certain paragon options, like peaceful random events, like I can try to settle this peacefully, or I can try to interact with people, and, but, you know, I can do vigilante missions then, because, or I can actually become a cop and go to the cop academy as like a little side mission storyline, right? And if I am very evil, then, oh no, I can join some gang, and I can, you know, do some other bonus underground missions and evil stuff. So that's the point. It's like it would unlock, you know, I can do something on the street, you know, I'll get certain criminal options, drug deals open up on the street and different things. Right, so that's the whole beauty of it, that you get to wait, why is this so populated here now? Where is this compared to where I just was? Box office, money for nothing, no problem. It almost makes me want to kill these guys, but I'm not really doing anything. Race club and restaurant. I'm not going to initiate it for no reason, but I could come up with some RP explanation, like, let me try to, you know, tase these guys and then do a robbery and steal some of their shit. But yeah, that would unlock certain things, like, you know, I think I posed something better the last time too. But like, again, if you're good outside of the story, it'll give you ongoing karma that is more complex. So it's like, okay, now you have certain dialogue options, certain interactions will open up. You can go to the police academy or do vigilante missions, whatever. And if you're bad, you can kind of join a gang and do extra, you know, nefarious activities there, or unlock certain robbery options with different stores, and that would be a bonus based on your style of play. Kind of similar to how they touch base with that, at least with the therapist, but they don't really go anywhere with it. Like, he just kind of mocks what you might be doing. Oh, you stole a couple cars on the way here, or you did this, or you did that. But it won't actually have any impact on anything. It'll just kind of give you a checklist, which I forget how you can even see that, but you should be able to. But yeah, that would give you an incentive to either play well, or I don't know if this is even the same one. I guess I could check by the license plate. Right, if I look back in my VOD, or I guess I could also check by
Start up, you piece of shit.
I could also check by like if it registers in my garage or something, but I don't know how you would know that, because if I put it in my garage, it'll just be there anyway. It's like as if I stole it. But I don't know why that guy would have still been around that long. And you might say, oh, it's because the glass was broken because I was driving recklessly, so that proves it was the same one. But it's actually not, because I shot him too. Like, you know, I shot him, so that could have broke the glass. What happened there? What the fuck? Trying to obey the traffic laws and stuff too, but no, it would give you some incentive to do that. It would also give you an incentive to have ongoing, you know, events that could be positive things, negative things. It would open up certain things that you get to do that you wouldn't be allowed to do otherwise, you know, based on your overall karma style of play. What was the negative karma one that I said that would be good? Like, you get to open up maybe certain robberies and stuff you can do outside of the main story. Certain, you know, criminal activity on the street and stuff like that. Okay, I was trying to repair my car. It was like an endless cycle where I had nothing to do, and then I wish you had to worry about your gas too. Like, let me have to keep filling my gas, or at least charge me for it magically, like every... What the fuck? I guess he is doing like a right turn on red type of thing, but yeah, we wanted to just go hunting for some birds or something, and this will take the whole episode just to fucking repair the car. Like, come on, bro. Yeah, that is meant to be like my motif art that we have for this game, so we finally actually have one. And I'll obviously use it for the thumbnails of these if I wonder if it's keeping track of my mileage too, that you could see there, like on above the, you know, on the speedometer. That would be awesome if you that'd be awesome if you actually got to do that. If it accurately kept track of how much I've actually driven. That'd be so sick, but you can barely even see it. You know, I can understand it'd be difficult to have designed that for every single vehicle in the game when you look at it in first person, so that's why the mirrors and stuff are kind of shitty. And the back of some of these is pretty hard to see too. It's like 43,508 something 6.6. It's just a side effect of hot wiring a car that that thing won't work. But also, yeah, how do criminals do stuff like that? You have like some underground oil change market for your stolen cars, or like, you know, you have some Brucey underground garage that does stuff like that. Yeah, you like imagine you'd have to worry about gas and actually keep buying it, which I wouldn't mind that at all. See, that's like an RP simulating element because there's so few things you have to really worry about or manage. Ooh, let's do like the shooting range maybe. I don't know how freely they let you do it, but as I'm looking again, I'm trying not to use the map at all, so I have to remember where everything is and figure it out for myself. But what it means is these lights really trigger me. Like, I'm trying to be a good driver, but fuck me. Bro, I'm trying to find stuff without looking at the map, or at least the full map. I'll have to wait an hour for them to actually pass too. Okay, I mean, how can these lights be this long even in a realistic sense? And by the time they go, it'll be too late, or I'll just keep going. Okay, I'll just find another way there. We know it's to the right. Now, I wouldn't mind going to the strip club for like RP purposes, but it's a case where you, you know, there's certain reasons not to. If you turn the music off, I guess that should be good enough or something. This is a good place to like do a meeting. Like if you're an RP, we meet there and we discuss something over drinks and the table. I don't know. I like RP, but I either do it by myself in a way, you know, where I just establish a character, certain rule sets for games that I'm playing, or I would have it in a more prepared way. I wouldn't just, what the fuck, man. Come on. I really get very impatient because like I'm doing my part trying to be a good guy, but this is too much. Like, bro. Okay, where do I park here that would actually be, you know, like for the gun? No parking. Well, what am I supposed to do then? No trespassing, but this is supposed to be some action is going on. Yeah, like where are you normally supposed to park then? Like, I don't care. I'll just do it. Who is shooting? Or, I mean, it could be coming from in here. So that's one law that I'm breaking, that I don't know where you're meant to. Oh, here. Okay, fine. I'll fix my mistake. See how I'm trying to be just all a good person and very realistic or whatever. Even the fact that I'm running is unnatural. You got to RP walk through life. That's an analogy for real life. Like, do you want to be a hustler or do you want to be an RP walker? I still got to repair my car, which for some reason is really hard to find a place to do that. We'll come around the other side. We'll park. All these mundane things that you would do in real life just for the longevity process. If you know, you know. But it's cool to see how much the game actually enables and allows you to behave like this too, which a lot of the time it doesn't. For example, give me like an indicator option, which maybe there is a hotkey to do that and I just don't know, because the cars do have that functionality. Like you see the NPCs do it sometimes, but you know, I don't know how to do it myself. I was trying to use the middle finger actually to do it. I would stick my middle finger and point it in a direction that would enable that. Wait, but logically, if I was going from here to here, how would I even do this? This is sort of breaking a law, but I don't really get how this whole thing works. How would you got to drive over the sidewalk and like, it's just a weird spot. Yeah, instead of going hunting, let's try this then. Spitting image of your older brother. You're the spitting image of the guy from the other place because they all look the same. But for some reason you couldn't buy the shoes. I thought you could. I keep thinking that shooting's going on outside, but it must obviously be coming from in here. Okay, I was gonna totally do that. Warning, never point a loaded or unloaded firearm at anyone on this premises. If you do, we shall point our firearms at you, and believe us, ours are loaded. Range time with ammo purchased from here, $14 first person, but I'm already in first person. Okay, I'm in third person, then that should be free because second per without ammo purchased, whatever, $7, $10. Prices are per lane. What is this, fucking bowling? Ear and eye protection must be worn in the range. Only accept cash for the following cars: Shark and Fleesa, no checks. Join today. Ask about membership. Firearm safety certificates available. No steel, brass, or semi-jacket exposed lead, soft or hollow point ammunition. Full metal jacket. I like that line from, what is it, like, Until Dawn. Full mental jacket. Welcome to the ammunition shooting range. The tutorial can be skipped. Okay, I don't remember exactly what you do, but... And I'm going to try not to use my character's special ability either. As part of the RP. After all the targets are destroyed, time runs out. The round will end. See, this seems like something Michael would really do, though. In accuracy, rounds points per target hit are calculated. Zone 4, 10 points. Zone 3, 25. Okay. Zone 2, 50 points. Zone 1, 100 points. Okay. Consecutive target fills your combo bar. Increase your multiplier. Maximum is 3 times. Misses, reset this. There are multiple challenges per weapon. Instructions in the menu. They're acting like they have to leave for me to do it, but aren't there multiple lanes? Like, challenge 1. Multiple static targets. Targets exit after 1 hit. Okay, let's just do a couple with the pistol, I guess. Handgun, pistol. Okay. Hitting targets without missing increases your score. Okay. Okay, I'm a little slow though, aren't I? Not that hard to really hit them. 200. 200. You'd rather take the extra second though to make sure. I want to see Shroud do this shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Throws off my whole, Okay, passed, and actually that might have been pretty damn good. Score is 3,000 gold. Gold or gold? Okay, fine. That pistol. I almost want to do this in third person though, can I? It might be harder. Oh yeah, I want to try it. Okay. Even though I'm sort of semi using iron sights too. Wait, why isn't it giving me the combo thing though? 200, 200, 200, 200. As long as you're hitting the middle, it's fine. Or you have to hit like 3 times in a row to do each one. As long as we're getting gold, I'm happy with it. Time bonus. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's almost a little bit too easy, though. It's the old just click on their head mentality of, let me try it like this then, without even zooming in at all. I'm hitting the yellow, which is meant to count as that. I don't get how the multiplier exactly works. You have to maybe do it in a quicker period of time, or E to exit. Why does it tell me that now? Yeah, I have that little delay though, like I'm just slow. 2600, fuck me. Well, because I didn't get a gold, I'll leave, but that is pretty fun. See, this is a way that Michael could get out his aggression and his desire for mayhem without actually doing anything wrong. That's what we're trying to show. Like, Trevor would just go out in the wild and just do whatever he wants, or he would just kill people, and, you know, Trevor doesn't care. Michael cares in the sense that, you know, he wants to go hunting, and he wants to go... Oh, now, look at how it does that, though. This is what I hate about this game. I parked it there to be a legal dude. They just have a... They do that too much. Don't move my shit. I wanted to say where it was. They have like a chauffeur that does it for you because they were doing that as a courtesy. Because they knew I wouldn't stick around long because I'm a shitty fucking shot. But I didn't do too bad, but just I'm kind of slow. Right? I'm too particular about it. So I was trying to repair my fucking car, but I don't even know if this is my car anymore, but I guess I'll just steal it. Because I don't know what happened with that guy. We discovered the zombie guy. We discovered the other chick who I kind of liked, but as Franklin, but then she didn't give us her digits, or she even was repulsed by the fact that I bumped into her. But I don't know what you're really meant to do with those characters anyway. It's just like... Yeah, the driving is almost too easy a little bit. The driving and the shooting, like, they're too forgiving, and they're too... Not enough recoil, not enough, you know, weight to it. It's just kind of like you can do whatever you want. Which in some ways you might think that's good, but the problem with it is, you know, when it's too good, then sometimes it's too easy and there's not enough of a skill cap and all that in there. It's more like the just click on their head type of mentality. What is this? No trespassing. See, this looks like an interesting location, but oh wait, just like everything else, there's nothing here. Like, the game really will troll you like that. I'm trying to squeeze the water from the stone here, but I've never seen such an empty open world game as what Rockstar makes. Where, like, there's a lot of empty space and there's nothing to do there, ever. In Red Dead, there's nothing to really find. There's no collectibles because the games themselves don't really have collectibles, because what do you have besides money and weapons? Like, you're not going to find, like a new piece of gear, like a new piece of armor or a special ring or something, you know, like in an RPG, a spell or, you know, something like that. This is a good vantage point of the Vinewood sign there. But no, again, I'm the guy who would still enjoy doing this, but I'm looking at it from a more normal perspective. Like, why is it forcing me to do this? You know, to have fun, and what else would I do with it? You know, there's a few missions to do, or like few, you know, activities to do, but there's no structure, there's no core gameplay. There's no interiors that you can even go in. Hardly. All I want to do is repair my car, but it's just never going to let me do it, so I give up. It's too hard to find that shit. Yeah, even some of the locations that you can do as part of the missions, you can't do here. Like, when you're wandering around, you can't Dieter Sachs. That gets mentioned a couple times in the story. I like when some of the things are consistent like that too. They keep mentioning, you know, from the older games, like some ongoing continuity of certain like Yusuf Amir from GTA 4. I don't think he's mentioned in this game, or he's probably in the online, but he was like the developer that I had to think about it too when I saw that. Like I know who he is, but he's the guy who Playboy X was obsessed with. Like, let's try to get in clean with him because he's whatever, he's some rich developer, and Playboy X was trying to mooch off of him or something. I cannot find for the life of me a pay and spray. I just can't. Or like, could I go to Franklin's garage? That like he owns a garage, and then I can go there to get my shit fixed. Oh, there is one. So again, it's like a very hamster wheel-esque experience. Like I'm going around just to go around and not really do anything. And then in the course of doing that, I fuck up my car, and then my goal becomes to fix the car that I just fucked up. And then, I mean, can you not park here or what? Not going to be that strict about it, but no, that should almost be a rule. If there's no actual proper parking space, I can't park there. Let's explore this area that's going to clearly have nothing in it, just like every other place in the game. Because really, think about it. What is that? What would you do? What would you expect to do? I'm going to find some of those few miscellaneous items like a UFO part or a murder note, right? Or I'm going to have a combat encounter, which you don't really have too many of those because everything is kind of controlled. Unless you're fighting the cops, you know, there aren't going to be too many dynamic encounters like that. And then if you're, you know, what meaningful collectible are you going to find or interaction are you going to find? And the answer is nothing really. It's going to be scripted, or it's going to be it's sort of hard to explain, but so many games do it well, where there's like always something interesting happening that could feel kind of consequential or just actually impactful, whereas here everything feels just window dressing. Even like money, oh, I'm going to do something and earn money, rob a 7-Eleven type thing, and then what happens? Oh, it's such an inconsequential amount compared to, like, this looks like it would be an interior, but you can't do it. It makes me so curious, in fact, that I have to see whether I can break through it. People freak out too much to that too. Like, I'm not even doing anything. But even when they have an interior, they don't let you use it. Like, oh, we save that for online. Oh, come on, I didn't even do anything. I tried to do something, but it didn't even work. I don't think they'll actually even come after me though, because I'm away from the scene, and like it was like a vague description they would have had. They don't even know exactly where I went or who did it. Sometimes they're a little bit too good about that. Like they know exactly who did it and where and what. Like, you know, I beat up that park ranger, right? But I do it all sneakily, and then somehow they give me a 3-star for it, even though I don't know how they found out. So a stealth system would be really appreciated in the next game too, like I said. Please store valuables in a safe place. We are not responsible. Hurry up. Okay, here's the paint spray. I'm already had enough of the session, basically. I intend to do something, then I can't find anything to do. Then I end up doing something annoying, or that's just not even fun. I mean, the shooting range was okay, but in Furnace, obviously, I love this car in GTA 4. It doesn't feel as awesome here because there's so many other things, but... So I had the yellow one of this too, or maybe it wasn't the same exact kind. It kind of looks similar. I guess I didn't think this even was an Infernus. Or maybe I somehow got switched around. I don't know what happened. Like, maybe I didn't have an Infernus and then I... So let's go back home then. After doing absolutely nothing. But like, how much gameplay value time could you really get out of this? And how long would it take me to actually 100% the game without looking anything up? And the answer is, in the modern gaming landscape, that would actually take forever. The one thing I was confused by is actually the Strangers and Freaks thing. It was saying on the one of my checklists that I hadn't done some of them, but I don't see how. Or it must be part of the whole collect the random stuff. Collect the UFO parts. I guess that would count maybe as one, and some, you know, some of these ones you have to like do organically. So I mean, at least those things I like, even if they're not going to have a ton of impact, or whatever you get from them will be inconsequential. It always gives you something to look around for and pay attention to in the world. Like, bro's trying to get me DMCA trolled by, oh, even if my radio's off in my car, he's gonna sit next to me and blare it loudly and then get me in trouble that way. You know, that you could do that as like a troll for a streamer. Right, that's a way to DMCA Twitch streamers. They'll have their music off and radio off, but somebody else could play it and then around them, and then that could get them in trouble if you play it loud enough and you're right up in their grill, or you force them along or something. Bro, I just repaired my car. Like, come on. Trying to break a hard yellow light there. Getting into your house with Michael is a bit of a maze, but not as bad as with Franklin. So hurry up. Or sometimes you just cut people off here because, like, there's no green arrow there, so I don't know how you can just go like that. And even this turn might be illegal because you're turning on a hard yellow, but... So it actually is in tip-top shape here. I got really wasted the one time.
Hey, your dad's back.
And Amanda walked away. She said no and left, but I don't know if that's because I was drunk or she just normally would do that. Anyway. Let's look at the influence fallacy. I'll rehash all my debate format points while playing GTA because it's so potentially boring and just meandering.
There's a reason why most people haven't heard of fucking kale. If I don't live to 200, I'm gonna sue these juicer fucks.
That's what she was bitching about last time too. The kale. She's always fucking playing tennis too. But no, it's like it's like, oh, I was actually missing, huh? What do you call it? Oh yeah, the influence fallacy. Like, don't blame alcohol for why you behave a certain way. Blame yourself for consuming alcohol in the first place, or consuming it out of moderation in too much quantity. Or blame yourself for, you know, like, don't blame the influence. Blame yourself for even falling for it, as in, I always do that. Why am I going so fast now? It's like I have sprint on all the time. That was weird. There's so many things that happen that seem like bugs in this game, actually. Or maybe I'm holding it to too high of a standard that I, you know... That I, you know, it's a AAA game and it's so successful and so popular. Like, I don't think this game was actually that ahead of its time. Like, it was good for its time in 2013, obviously, but the way that GTA 4 was way ahead of its time. Like, it set so many standards. It did so many things that even this game doesn't do, right? Like, with, you know, it introduced the whole phone mechanic and the social mechanic more so, and it introduced kind of more robust vigilante missions, and it had so many, you know, like plot choice kind of moments in the thing. Like, it had so many things going for it. This game was only moderately, it was good, but it was like on time, not ahead of its time. Kind of like Skyward Sword, where, you know, it wasn't like pushing boundaries or anything like that. And so it's amazing how I can do so little. Right, like what did I even do? Tracy's gonna start a fucking OnlyFans in here one day, haha. There might even be some reference to something like that.
Totally on top of this.
On top of what? The bathroom. This is where Franklin sneaks in through the window. It's conveniently open at that one time and one time only. No entry. He's not even in here. This is the most unrealistic thing too. He wouldn't keep a password on his computer and he'd just let you look through it freely. Whoops. A lot of objects have some pretty fun physics to them, but you can't really do anything with it. Like, you don't have like a proper object to interact with stuff. You have to like... This is actually a pretty good... This might be one of the best TVs in the game to watch on because it's a big screen. Mostly you can't interact with them, or the ones that you can interact with are really small. Or no, I guess the one in your living room is like a projector. Construction site in Los Santos. Construction site in Los Santos erupts in gun battle. Faith Bailey, WNKA International. Is this related to the one you do for Franklin? For the stocks, but that would have been a long time ago. Or speaking of Yusuf Amir, this is exactly the kind of environment it happens in. A vicious gun battle in the Pillbox neighborhood of Los Santos has left a building site strewn with dead bodies. Remains unclear whether there's a motive behind the killings or whether it was just a more mindless violence for the sake of it. Gang violence and drug crime have spiked recently in Los Santos and throughout San Andreas. Commentators are unsure exactly why. Amazingly non-informative article. Lock up your daughters. I'm a sex offender. Life suddenly got quick.
What did you do during a war, Gordon?
I fought fascism.
In Germany? Italy?
No, dumbass, Florida.
Florida. Fascism in Florida. How ahead of the time were they? Because they now everybody calls everybody they don't like a fascist. Epsilon program. I think we tried doing this, but make a donation. If you donate enough, they'll maybe notice you. Unsavables. Evaluate your identity. Do you have red hair? No. Sure. You want to completely understand to be complete. You have the endurance to lie with 9 partners a week. Do you consider... That's Michael overcompensating a bit. Do you consider attractiveness relative to your own attractiveness? Do you have a birthmark on your face? You want to be famous? So yeah, like as a director. Even though I just said with my art, like the low-key aspect you don't want to have. I guess that's the contradiction with Michael. Like, oh, you don't want to draw attention to yourself, but also you want to be a filmmaker. Are you able to look at things and see them as metaphor, like trees and eagles? Can you easily ignore your entire family? Yes. Your checks clear sometimes. Processing, probably forever. Or would this actually be enlightenment of 24%, highly undesirable band? Graph reveals you're extremely unfulfilled, depressed, unsuccessful, lacking in purpose, sometimes feel like stabbing at your own eyes and eyes of others. Realize this is not our opinion, it's your opinion of you run through a very complicated analysis machine that we sell for a profit at the Epsilon gift shop. The important question is, do you appreciate the limitations of misunderstandings? It is vital that you disconnect from your inadequacies. You must take action. Travel through the dawn and past pictured to the past pictured in our brochures. Look for a red. Wait, what? Through the dawn to the past pictured in our brochures. Look for a red truck with a dent on the right fender. Raise your left hand and recite the words, "Take me to father, father, brother, uncle, Kiflam." We'll do our best because we all know there's a Kiflam and there's a Krant, and both be praised. Is that a real direction that you can actually follow? I feel like I already did some stuff with that, but I don't know what happened with it. Or like he'd be in your contacts, I guess, if I had done that. Somebody from there. Maybe not. But like top 10 cults in fiction history. Like I love the one in The Mentalist, Visualize, where Brett... Oh wait, there is actually a Strangers and Freaks one with that. Huh. Maybe I should do it. or whatever. So maybe those are some of the ones I missed. I feel like maybe I'm confusing a different save file, that I did some of this stuff and I don't know. I might do a long session tomorrow where I really try to flesh some stuff out. But no, I'm like 80% done with the game, so I don't know what else exactly we're missing or what else counts for the percent, because it's like some of it's just miscellaneous, like the wildlife photography. I don't know if that would really count. So I went in trying to go for another hunting trip, but then I end up doing the gun range and I end up getting my car jacked by an NPC apparently.